Good afternoon and welcome to a work session of the Pitkin County Board of Commissioners in combination right now with Open Space and Trails. We have a joint meeting for the next hour, I think. And it is Tuesday, December 5th, and I've decided that this beautiful lunch is really an attempt to keep us all humble, asking us to eat sushi in front of a full house. So I'm going to turn this over to Gary, I think, to get started.
Great. Thanks, Francie. And I'm Gary Tenenbaum. I'm the director of Pitkin County Open Space and Trails. And we're here today. This is an unusual time for us to kind of do an update in the middle of a implementation of a management plan. But back in April, when we were doing an amendment to the plan to add Wildwood, to add an additional capacity to enforce at Wildwood, both boards were interested in this update of both river use and biodiversity, and especially in regards to potentially the commercial use aspect of this. So today, what we want to do is provide you that update, reminding you that we're in the midst of a management plan implementation. This is not an amendment like we were doing in April. This is kind of an update. We have some recommendations that are within the management actions of the management plan. We do tweak commercial use as needed, and that's allowed in the management plan. We also are very adaptive on the public outreach and other strategies to really do what is overall the primary goal of North Star is to protect the preserve's natural resources. And today we put together this update, and I really want to compliment my staff. I review a lot of this, so I do not create this, and they create this, and this was by far and away a beautiful document that they were able to create. It's really going to help us for when we do the update to the North Star Management Plan in 2025. We do updates to management plans every 5 years. And so once the county commissioners adopt that plan, we start to implement it. And we're implementing now, we're in year 3. And so I just want to make sure that everybody understands where we've come from and where we're at today, because North Star is a gem. It is the longest and open space property that the county has owned. It's one of those places that commissioners, old and new, sorry, Michael, have really worked extremely hard to protect. And with that protection comes a responsibility, and a responsibility by the county commissioners and the Open Space Board to provide the resources necessary to make sure that we're protecting the biodiversity, we're enhancing biodiversity where we can, rewilding North Star from past human activity, and really trying to work with not just us, because the county doesn't own all the land that we're talking about. When you talk about North Star, a lot of people go, oh, it's North Star. We don't own all the land, and we have to work with a ton of partners. We work with the Forest Service at the Wildwood Pudding, and then we work with private landowners and neighbors. ACES is not only a landowner, but someone we work with. They provide naturalists in the summer. We fund that, but they provide the naturalists in the summer to help educate users. And then you get into James H. Smith Open Space, and then the North Star Nature Preserve. James H. Smith was purchased with the city of Aspen, so that's another partner that helps us with this. North Star itself, the original purchase, has a conservation easement on it. So our other partner is Aspen Valley Land Trust. And in the end, when we look at what we're presenting today and some of the recommendations, we've worked with all our partners on this to come up with, mid-management plan tweaks, adaptive tweaks to try to address any management issues, both social and natural resource based. And so, the reality is, and we could probably pop to the next page, is, 2 pages, is here's kind of here. I know we sent this out to the public and we sent this out to you guys a week and a half, 2 weeks ago to try to get this in everybody's hands a little bit before the meeting. And we combined 2 pages to kind of show where we've been from 2015, because we have been working extremely hard. You've been giving us the direction to work extremely hard to not only make sure that we're protecting the biodiversity, but to also make sure that we're managing the visitor use. And so I don't think you want me to go through all of these right now, because we do want to go through the update and we want to have time to talk about get questions from you guys and then also take some public comment. So with that, I mean, and we'd love to have any questions, but hold them to the end. But, the biggest things we have are what we did last year, and because that's the new stuff. And that's the stuff that happened since basically April, when you added that amendment to the plan for North Star. And so one of the big things was, we did the parking reductions. We've been doing major parking reductions along Highway 82 and along at our put-ins and other areas of access to North Star. We did a whole reorganized takeout that was significantly changed. Here's the picture of that takeout to make it not only function better, but to make it safer. And we did a lot of safety improvements on the trail and at the parking areas to get trail users through there. At Wildwood, we did both parking and enforcement changes. The Forest Service removed the double parking this year, and we also, the Forest Service did a special order that you guys approved to allow our rangers to enforce, which significantly helps and has made a huge improvement to our overall enforcement. To give you kind of a feel, and we'll get to it in the ranger data, our rangers and the Forest Service forest protection officers, with help from the naturalists, kind of not enforcing but also educating, we're there every day, all day, through the busy season. And so we are there helping users use this space responsibly. We also do commercial user education. We do a mandatory education meeting with all the permitted commercial operators. So those are the big pieces of the puzzle that happened in 2023. We've seen significant improvements overall, and I'll let these two kind of go through it because I am the talking head. I can talk about the overall thing, but these guys are the ones who really, truly get on the ground and make the changes. And so this gets to where I was going earlier is really to try to look at visitor use management. We work with our partners, the Forest Service, the federal lands. We work on our own properties. And so we are trying to, and what we do is we use a variety of visitor management strategies to achieve and maintain the desired ecological conditions, manage visitor use, and address safety concerns at access points. And so that's, we try to look at visitor capacity as just one of the many ways to achieve our desired conditions. At North Star, it's to maintain the biodiversity and to protect the preserve. But it's also, at North Star, is to provide public access, because providing public access to a preserve is a great way, if people use it responsibly, to get people to understand what nature is, to be able to experience nature. And this is a beautiful area. I know a lot of you have been through this area and have floated this area. It is gorgeous. It's one of the flat water, that's why they call it still water. And if we can manage it responsibly, which we feel we are, I think, you're providing both a huge user experience, an immersive experience into a nature preserve, while protecting the overall biodiversity of the property. And so I think the next thing is to go into biodiversity, and that goes to Liza.
Great transition. So I'm Liza Mitchell, the natural resource planner and ecologist. And as mentioned, preserving the biodiversity and the ecological integrity of North Star is extremely important to us. That's reflected in every management plan that's been adopted, including the current 2020 plan. And we've done a lot to restrict public use at North Star, including closing 77% of the property to all. Do I have to press this one?
No,
no?
just in the room.
Oh, just in the room. Okay.
Speak
So-
closer to the mic.
It's not the
The
mic.
mic's
Oh.
doing
There's
it.
people in the room.
Yeah.
Turning sideways
I'll turn
does
sideways.
help a lot.
Great. Thank you for the notice. So we've done a lot to restrict public access to the property, which includes closing 77% of it to all human use, for the protection of the wildlife habitat, of the wetland resources on that 77%, and the connectivity that provides. Within the remaining 33%, we've also restricted human access to 3 access points. We have prohibited getting on and off the boats or the paddle boards outside of those access points, so you cannot exit the river and walk along the banks. We've also, on the James H. parcel, made just one single track loop nature trail, and you have to stay on that trail, and we've actually closed another portion of that area that used to have a barn and other agricultural activities. So we've also closed down that area. We've also done a lot of work behind the scenes studying the biodiversity elements here. So between myself and 2 seasonal staff and a whole suite of expert consultants, we've done 27 studies at North Star, 21 of which have been in the last 10 years, which is an awful lot of study for a parcel and a protected area this small. It's more than any other open space within our portfolio receives, and a lot, compared to general natural area protection. So within those studies, I'll be talking a bit more about the results from those. But the data info that we have from on-the-ground research shows that the social issues that we're going to be discussing today are not really impacting a lot of the ecological integrity of this area. There is, however, a long legacy of human use at this property. There have been barn parties and ice skating and recreation of various sorts. The longest lasting impacts from humans to this area are actually, one being the Trans-Basin diversion that takes water out of the Roaring Fork and sends it over to the Front Range. So North Star exists in a different state than it did historically and probably will forever. And that's a very long-lasting impact. And then additionally, there was a lot of clearing of the willows and draining of the wetlands that was done in the mid-1900s to make that more productive agricultural land. So those are the 2 really lasting impacts that we see at North Star. Since that land was conserved and came into Pitkin County's ownership, we've been slowly rewilding the property. And rewilding is a long process and it takes time, but we're starting to see the benefits of that on the ground, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. You can go ahead to the next slide, please. Thanks. So, of course, there are a lot of different elements to biodiversity, and we've organized it here today sort of into 2 sections. The top ones here, the habitat and riparian area, are the physical and biological components on site that we can directly control through management actions. The habitat, that's the rewilding that we're doing. We've been doing seeding, plantings, restorations to try to increase the quality of that habitat. And the riparian area, that's what I was talking about, the natural rewilding that's happening there is largely visible in the willow extent and how that's increasing. So both of those, with our direct management actions on the ground, the physical and biological elements there are improving. This lower section is talking about how we monitor the animals that use this area. We cannot directly control the birds and the wildlife because they move on and off the property and they are impacted by all of the land around North Star as well. So there's federal land, there's ski areas, there's highways, there's private lands. And so as these birds and animals move on and off the property, we cannot directly impact the population level, but we do monitor the use on the property through detection surveys, which is a common methodology. And so within the surveys that we've done, there's a natural amount of variability, and we need to continue to build that data set to see if there's trend lines. But currently with the last data we have, like all of those detections show that the bird and wildlife use of this habitat is within the normal range of variability. Go ahead. So, like I mentioned with the habitat element, we're doing a lot of noxious weed control. We're doing native seeding in sagebrush and grassland habitats. We are protecting some trees. As there are beavers out there, we need to leave some for the beavers. We also need to maintain some as potential nesting stands for other species of birds. So there's a lot of nuances to managing for diversity that exists here. But the biggest win recently has been this fen restoration project in 2021. We slowed the outflow of this old fen wetland, and that was one of those drainage issues that happened in the 1950s. They were trying to drain the wetlands to have productive agricultural land, and we're trying to reverse that process. So this is a photo of after we filled in that ditch of planting native wetland plants there, and that has been pretty successful in increasing the saturated extent and the habitat for waterfowl and other animals that use that water resource. So again, within that closed area, that 77% of the property, there are a lot of wetland resources, including this fen, there are seeps, there are springs, and there are some oxbow river bends that provide habitat. This naturalized riparian area is sort of the river element of that, and so we did an in-depth geomorphology study in 2018 that helped us understand the dynamic nature of how the river is operating within this not new anymore, that reduced flow regime that is a result of the transbasin diversions. And over time, this river is meandering, it's making cut banks, it's taking out willows, and they're flowing downstream. And so this is a natural process, as is the comeback of the beavers in this area. And so it's slow, nature moves at a slower pace than, say, constructing a parking lot. But we are seeing more and more willows establishing on the riverbanks and in the other parts of the preserve, which then provides habitat for more biodiversity. Now we're sort of shifting down into that lower section, again, the birds and wildlife that come on and off the property. And here there have been 86 bird species detected on the property, 21 of which are species of conservation concern, which to me says that North Star is acting as a good refuge for these species. We have selected several bird species that are called management indicator species, and those are the ones you can kind of think of as the canary in the coal mine. There are indicator species that tell us more about habitat that many other species use. And so we monitor those, and whenever we see, you can see there's one here, the red-winged blackbird, like that one is declining. That is an instance of how our monitoring works. When we see that, we then know to go and ask ourselves, what needs to be done next? Do we need more additional years of data to understand if this is a one-time blip or an actual trend? Do we need to do a targeted study? Do we need to restore a wetland, which is what we're doing with the fen wetland? And so we know to pay more attention to these things. So that's just an example of how our monitoring works and informing our management. Next one. Thanks. And wildlife is a very diverse term. So many animals use North Star at different times of the day, at different times of the year, at different times of their life cycle. But I think one big trend and takeaway is that the majority of animals don't use North Star during the middle of the day in peak summer. Right, a lot of animals are crepuscular, meaning they're active at dawn and dusk, and a lot of animals use North Star for its connectivity in the spring and fall as migration connection between their fall and winter habitats. So the peak wildlife use at North Star does not coincide with the timing of the peak river use that we're seeing, which you'll see again more later on. But this graph, again, it's not populations, it's just detections. And the point of it really is to show how many different kinds of mammals, we're monitoring how some go up and some go down from year to year, and why we need to invest in continued monitoring. And we do have, this graph is comparing 2014 to 2017. We have done another round of both bird and wildlife surveys, and that data is currently being analyzed. That's part of the natural, or the planned updates for the management plan. So in between those updates, we do more studies, and we use that data to inform our updates to the management plans. I think that's it for me.
Alrighty, now we're going to get into visitor use. And specifically, this visitor use is talking about use that's on the river. So starting in about 2018, Open Space and Trails began using cameras, trail counter cameras that we put on the riverway to track visitor use. We had made some attempts prior to 2018, but I think 2018 should be looked at as the first year we really have more reliable data to allow us to track visitation along the river. So those years 2015, 2016, and 2017, you can see that we don't have an annual estimate for public river users, which is shown in yellow. The orange is the commercial use. We have been able to track commercial use since 2015 through the permit system. So in 2015, there was one permitted commercial operator, and with the management plan in 2015, the number of permits available to operators was increased. And so you can start to see increasing trend line with the commercial use. In the recent years, you know, it's averaged between 20 to 30% of the overall use at North Star.
That's counting the people who are on the commercial trips or the commercial operators only?
The people on a commercial trip, yes. So every year since 2015, the commercial operators have been able to get permits, and part of their permit requires reporting at the end of the year. So public river use is counted through the trail camera or the river camera, whereas commercial use is counted through reports. So we have a high degree of accuracy for the commercial use at North Star. So you can start to see that year over year that river use is generally reflective of yearly river flows, temperature, and precipitation. So if you look at the bottom part of this graph, you can start to see that in 2020 we enacted voluntary closures of the river when the river gets below 60 CFS. So years where we have longer seasons, where that 60 CFS isn't reached until late August, you can see that we have increasing visitor use. You can also see in low flow years where we have low water availability along the river, there's lower use. Also, years where it's really wet and rainy, we see lower use. So this past summer, we had a high snow year, which led to a lot of water. Our season was longer. We had 9,235 overall river users. Of those river users, 27% were on commercial trips, and those were the users on commercial trips. Corresponding to what Liza said with the wildlife, low wildlife use during the peak summer hours, our rangers report peak river use hours are between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. for river use and recreation. It's also a pretty condensed period of time that the river users are out there. They are mostly there June, July, August. By September, flows have typically dropped to a point. We have more variable weather, so we see a significant decrease in river use. Like the previous graph showed with the rainy years or the high snow years, a lot of use is super dependent on the river flow itself. So in 2018, we had really low flow year. And so you can start to see how that impacted river use. Then in 2019, big snow year, followed by a longer season, use increased. So these are just some of the general patterns of use that we wanted to make sure you are all aware of. And then in these next few slides, this is the update from the visitor use survey that we were asked to conduct by these boards this summer. So From June to September, Open Space and Trails administered a survey at Wildwood Put-in and Southgate Put-in. We relied on our staff and ACE's naturalist to conduct this survey. It was taken on an iPad, so the naturalist stood at the Wildwood Put-in or at Southgate and asked one user from each group to take part in this survey. And we had a pretty high response rate. We had over 294 individual river users participate in the survey. The questions that were in the survey allowed us to get information of how many people are in your group, how many cars are you bringing, other questions on user makeup, education, and different marketing questions. And so with the response to the how many people are in your group, we believe that the survey represents about 895 total river users. So that's about almost 10% of the overall use we were able to talk to at North Star this summer, which is a pretty sizable slice of the users out there. So of the users that we spoke with, 79% were private users and 21% were commercial users. So again, that's pretty reflective of the annual use that we saw out there this summer. Remember, 27% of all users in 2023 were commercial users. We asked in the survey where people were coming from. And so this was an interesting finding. We discovered that commercial users are not exclusively visitors. About 21% of the folks on commercial trips are actually locals, and vice versa. So private users are not exclusively locals. We had about a quarter of all private users report that they came from out of town. This next question that we asked river users was in response to trying to find out how do people know about North Star? Is it the concierge services? Is it advertisement? And really, 5% of private users and 7% of commercial users reported that they learned about North Star from marketing and concierge services. So this really tells us that the word is out about North Star. A lot of our staff stood out there and asked people, and we'd ask, how did you find out? And there was a number of ways people could report learning about North Star, and almost all of them said through a friend. That could include social media. We need to, I think, in successive years, try to understand what role social media plays in this, but we cannot control social media. And I think that a lot of what we can start to see from here is that a lot of people are seeing their friends or other people they know floating at North Star, and the word is out. It's not, you can see from these numbers that it's not the concierge and marketing services advertising North Star. The next thing the survey tried to track down was how big are the groups that are coming to North Star. So commercial groups came in an average group size of 3.9. Remember that the permit for commercial operators requires that commercial groups cap their size at 6 individuals. We also wanted to know how many private groups are coming to North Star with 6 or more people. 12% of private groups are coming with 6 or more people. And actually, 3% of private groups are coming to North Star with groups of 10 or more. So these are just some of the basic demographic questions that we asked in the survey. And then this slide starts to get at some of the findings that we were really interested in, is what is the impact of commercial operators at North Star?
Could I
Yes.
go back to the last slide? I just had a question. I was waiting for you to talk about the last sentence on the bottom right.
Yes.
Commercial group size is limited to 6 users and operators are limited to 1 drop per hour.
Yes.
So we have to multiply that by the number of operators, I assume. Is that correct? Or is this 1 drop for the entire pool of operators?
Yeah, it's for all the commercial
For all
operators
of them. So
there.
each operator can't do a drop per hour.
Each
Yes, they can.
commercial operator
Each
can do
operator
a drop
can do a
per
drop
hour.
per
That's
How many-
why
How many operators are there?
We'll get to that slide here in a second.
Okay.
And so it varies.
Okay.
based on
I just
active
I wanted
permits.
to
Yeah.
flag that. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a great point. So again, there the commercial permit that an operator receives annually imposes caps on group size. It also requires that each operator can only drop one time per hour. And another part it requires is education. So as that operator is driving the users to North Star, they are required to provide education to the groups. That's for a shuttle, and that's also for guided services. So those are the three requirements of the permit currently. So this next page starts to get at some of the findings. And so what we have done here is we have used the estimates from the 2023 visitor use survey and applied them to the overall 2023 use numbers. So for example, in the survey, we discovered that only 3 private groups that we surveyed did not bring a vehicle to North Star. So 3 of those 294 people surveyed, representing, or 3 of those 294 groups that were surveyed, only 3 groups did not bring a vehicle to North Star. So what we've been able to do is utilize the numbers, for the overall use numbers, and estimate that annually fewer than 25 private groups do not bring a vehicle to North Star.
Bring a vehicle at all? Or
At all.
Park a vehicle?
At all. So no vehicle use. We want to know how many people are coming to North Star without a car whatsoever. So there's the first way that we have compared the visitor use survey to the overall use numbers.
So they carry their paddle boards on their bikes?
I guess so. Bikes, most, yeah. In the survey, we asked the river users how many vehicles their group is bringing to North Star. So that gave us this number. Each group is bringing about 1.4 vehicles to North Star. So at the individual level, that means that there is 0.4 vehicles per individual private user coming to North Star. So it's estimated that in 2023, with the overall private use numbers, about 2,700 vehicles were brought to North Star by private users. So the next thing we wanted to understand is, what is the reduction that commercial operators helped, assisted with driving folks to North Star in shuttles? So applying that same assumption that each person brings about 0.4 vehicles, we were able to estimate that had those commercial users still come to North Star, even if there wasn't a commercial operator, they would have brought an additional 980 vehicles to North Star. So I just want to pause there. Just any questions here?
Great math.
Okay. Well, so this is that, this is where our survey that we utilized this past summer was super helpful in understanding these vehicle counts. North Star is a very tricky place to understand how many vehicles are coming to and from. Highway counters can be not the most accurate because we can't really jump into each of the parking spots. So this was the best available data we had to estimate vehicle use at North Star. And
what you're saying, the 980 represents 980 private trips that would not have occurred, that
Would
would
have.
occurred.
Didn't occur.
No.
Didn't occur.
would have occurred or did not. Either way you look at it, right?
Okay, all
So
right.
had those commercial users still come to North Star, they would have brought 980 vehicles. The other way to look at it is because of commercial operations, 980 private vehicles did not come to North Star.
So how many commercial vehicles came?
That is
So that has to be part of the 980.
Correct.
Other
Correct.
than they don't park
yes.
there.
And in the here's the math here. So it's on the page. So overall, if you do, you know that commercial operators do bring a vehicle to North Star. So it is estimated that with commercial operations, there is a reduction overall of all vehicle use of 300 and 570 vehicles to North Star. due to commercial shuttles.
That's taking into the commercial shuttle?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
300,
dividing
500?
980 by the 3.5
Correct.
people per trip.
Exactly. There you go.
That's
right.
good math.
And then remember how we said that part of the permit is the commercial operating permit requires that education occur as they're going to North Star. Well, 90% of the commercial operators that we surveyed reported that either their shuttle driver or their guide provided education on the importance of preserving North Star.
The clients.
The clients.
90% of the clients got education.
Okay, so here's that commercial operator permit background. So with that 2015 management plan, like we said, commercial permits were allowed to increase. And that was really in a response, an open space and trails response to reduce impacts from parking, traffic, and what we saw as increasing unregulated private use. So that first year after permits were opened, there were 6 active commercial permits. So what we have done in this graph down here in the orange bars is track the total annual commercial permits issued against the number of active commercial permits. So what we're calling a non-active permit is someone that got a permit but came to North Star fewer than 10 times. And that happened as, like you can see in 2022. We had 16 total commercial permits issued, but we only saw 9 active commercial operators. And that this is really a reflection of this was the year that a number of hotel concierge services got permits and they just didn't use them. So the number of commercial permits that are issued every year does not correlate to the number of commercial users. I think that 2022 year is a really great one to look at. That was our highest number of commercial permits issued, and we actually had a sharp drop in commercial users from 2021 to 2022. So the point with this graph is to show that, despite the number of commercial permits, we really have about 6 to 9 active annual commercial permits. And then we'll get into some of our ranger data. So Gary mentioned the joint efforts that it takes to manage visitor use at North Star. So with our rangers alone, they spend about 1,000 hours every summer at North Star. That's presence at Wildwood and all of the other locations 7 days a week through the peak season. And they, in 2023, issued 44 total citations or tickets. And of those, I think it's pretty remarkable to note that 0% of those citations or penalty assessments were actually issued to the clients of commercial operators. There were 4 tickets issued to the commercial operators themselves for things like not complying with their 1-hour drop-off, but no tickets went to a user of a commercial group. We also provide here a breakdown of the number of tickets that are going to locals versus non-locals. So you can start to see that more tickets are issued to people from the Roaring Fork Valley.
A question,
Yes.
real quick. So I'm a commercial user and I get tickets 1, 2, 3 times. When does it become an issue with them being reissued a permit? 2 times and you're out? Okay, just so the public knows there is recourse and follow-up. So for commercial users, and it's interesting because with the private user number of tickets from Roaring Fork Valley, what's the percentage though of how many people use the property that are from? There's a greater percentage, so you're going to have a greater use. But it's really hard for me to accept, should I say, violations of people who live up here and know the North Star and how preserved and prestigious and amazing that opportunity is for them to be up there. So I think that's going to be more of the public education process moving forward. Again, thank
Is
you.
it an escalating fine depending on how many times you've gotten a
Yes,
ticket?
the fines go up per, the second fine, it varies, but the first fine is 100 and then the second one's 250, 500, depending on what you do, and then consequently it goes into the 1,000 range, and it makes a big difference. But for the commercial operators, losing your permit's a lot more than the actual ticket price. So that's the biggest piece of the puzzle. That's kind of like we try to, that's what you can hold on that piece.
So that finishes up the summary of the findings from the 2023 visitor use survey and also our overall use numbers.
Stay on this one because I just got an update from the Forest Service on kind of their year in review from their forest protection officers here, and I do want to give a shout out because they have been an incredible partner with us. We do pay for that. We do fund the extra position and a summer seasonal for the Forest Service. We fund a full-time seasonal and a summer seasonal, and we do that with the City of Aspen and Independence Pass Foundation too for that seasonal piece. But they gave us a rundown, and between our rangers and their rangers, it's more than 1,000 hours that they're out there, because they are out there almost every single day too with us, helping us, you know, be able to handle the busy peak times and stuff. So I just want to, like, yes, we have pretty good data, but the Forest Service does have good data too.
Question, just while we're on the topic of permits and use, did you say that commercial users are just registered, the number of users are registered by the operator, but private users are measured up by a camera?
Correct.
Is it possible to actually use the same method for measuring number of users? Like, could a camera not do all of that?
Well,
as
so
well?
a camera would be very difficult to tell who is in a commercial trip and who is a private user.
I'm just thinking number of people and having a really accurate measure
Oh.
of the number of actual people. Is that,
The overall use number that you saw is the camera.
okay, and that includes everybody?
That
Every
includes
body
everybody.
count.
And then what we do from there is we say, okay, well, reported commercial users is X, which is X percent. But we take that from the overall use reported in the camera.
Thank you, that was,
Yeah.
that was very helpful. I did have another question also on, you know, on the cameras, which I find to be very helpful. I don't know if you want to tell us how many wildlife cameras you have on various beaches or sensitive areas. We don't want to talk about that. But, you know, often I've been up there in arguments with people who are on the beach standing under a sign that says, "Stay off the beach." And it's just so frustrating. It'd be great to know that those beaches are monitored and those, you know, the sensitive areas like that where people tend to get out of their boat. And if I could, I had one more just about the wildlife use. If I can hit that now, is that the right time? Is it okay with you, or do you want to?
We may want to
I can pick it up later.
Well, because, yeah, I mean, one of the things that I'd love to just go through, because
Yeah,
the next
keep
part
going.
is really the recommendations. So
Got it.
let's just finish those and then just go nuts with the questions and then
Right.
take public
I
comment.
think Michael
Thank
has a
you.
question about this section, though.
Just a clarification.
Yeah.
Sure.
On the biological side, the little green graphs on page 24 indicating biodiversity.
Is your mic
Turn your
on?
mic on. It needs to be red.
Just the button.
Just hit the button at the bottom.
Thank you very much. So, what's the baseline for that? What's the beginning date in effect for determining decline or improvement?
It depends on which element, but basically as far back as we have data. So some of that might be comparing to the first resource study that was done when the county was acquiring it, and some of that, you know, like I don't think beavers were studied at all until 2015, and so it goes back as far as we have record on North Star as possible.
So in effect, the measurement of biodiversity effects, biological effects, begins necessarily after the significant impacts caused by the previous owner, Jimmy Smith, who was in there with the backhoe, etc. So maybe the beginning point is not a particularly useful one in determining biological health. And I'm not criticizing your work, but rather wondering whether the baseline is sufficient to understand what the biological condition ought to be, if I can use the word pre-settlement, because white
Yeah, I
humans are the
think I
settlers.
understand your question, my response would be is that's where this rewilding approach is actually proving to be a good management approach here, because we're not going to restore North Star to what it was before any transbasin diversion or agricultural clearing
course.
happened. And so trying to
I
support...
say of course to the
yeah.
first, but maybe not to the second.
I think that given that there's invasive grasses that are extremely
Yes,
hard to remove,
of
and
course,
and
yes.
those kinds of agricultural legacies are not going to be undone, but
Yes.
we can help the system improve towards a more wild and more effective habitat. And I think that's where we're comparing to the back as far back as we can and looking forward. And then I think we should
Can you put the slide for that back up? It'd just be nice.
let's revisit that when we finish the presentation if there's additional
Okay.
questions
All right.
in the interest of time.
I'll want to hit that again.
The related question, do you base those measurements on particular indicator species or all species or what?
The green dials are as comprehensive as we can.
Oh, good, thank you, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to the adaptive management and the planning process. So, as I said at the beginning, this is an update. We're here to just update you guys on where we're at. And, you know, if in April you guys didn't direct us to come back with something like this, you know, I'd be kind of bummed, because I'm really happy that we've created this, because it's such an illustrative way of showing what's going on. But we would be able to implement management plan tweaks within the current management plan, because we do that every year. You guys already are approving budgets that include a lot of the stuff that we're doing for next year. But since we're doing this update, we wanted to kind of bring these next pieces to you, show you what we're doing, why, and you know, and take some feedback on where you think we should be and if you think we're on the right track. So, yeah, we can go. I like the deer, but okay. So, you know, the big one is, and one of the things that everyone was really concerned about in April was like getting kind of control of the commercial use. And as we've said, you know, we use commercial use. You know, for us, commercial use was changed in 2015 to directly deal with the intensity and types of use that were happening at North Star. We wanted to calm down the amount of cars and vehicles going there. We wanted to use more commercial use to manage the visitor use. But we also are adaptive. So we're looking at ways of improving the overall experience at the put in and the takeout, and to, you know, work with the commercial operators that we have, since their users are some of the most educated users on there. And if we could get more people to shuttle, you know, and get less people to drive their personal cars, because there's impacts to that. You know, that's why we made that number out there to show you that if we got even 350 to 570 more vehicles going to North Star, it makes a huge impact there. You know, and how they park that and how they get around and put it and do at the put in and the takeout is a big deal. But we also realize it's like, you know what, let's tamp down some of the commercial use. Let's do an RFP process to get the best commercial operators to put in proposals and get the best commercial operators out there and work with them to stagger their trip arrivals, because Greg brought that up earlier. It's like trying to stagger that, so not, you know, because yes, Greg, your point was made, is if we had 12 active operators, 12 could come in an hour, like at the same time. So we do this in other areas. Let's do this here. We do it at Jaffe Park. We do it at Wingo, and we do it. So like, let's do it here. Let's work with the commercial operators. They have a vested financial interest to make their clients visit the best use possible. And so they have been really good to work with overall. And so I feel, you know, limiting the number of overall operators at 5 will help us manage the overall commercial use. It will not create too much unintended consequences of massive amounts of additional personal vehicles. It's a big change. It's definitely a decrease, but it's not an overall like management plan level change. And so I feel like we've come down with this. We've worked with all our partners on this. Honestly, these updates happen without a whole lot of public process. So we feel like, not doing too much restriction, but enough to make it easier to work. And then we will monitor next year to see what the impacts are. And that will directly influence the management plan of 2025. And then we can work from there on, whatever else big tweaks we want to make to the overall area. And if you want to stop at this one, just to get feedback, I'm happy to do that.
I was just going to say, it sounds like you're eliminating the concierge permits and maybe a bit more. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, this will take out, because at first we were like, the concierge, I'd rather see them bring their clients than like tell their clients to go find a car and bring it out there. But since they're not big users overall, and we don't know necessarily if they're not the best operators. The ones that are using this often are the ones that are really educating their people. So let's reduce all of that and remove it and see how the top 5 operators act. So yes.
Great, thanks.
Patty?
Yeah, we had talked in the past about commercial permits coming from local outfitters. And one of the brief part of that discussion was because of our overall climate action plan for Pickens County, rather than having commercial users driving over from Timbuktu to come over here just to float or whatever, use North Star. Is that still part of the conversation, is trying to really focus on our local commercial outfitters who don't drive, 300 miles to get here?
Most of all of our commercial operators are local.
Okay.
And part of our goal for this RFP, one of the main criteria is you've had to be operating at North Star. You have to show that you,
Have a good track
how many
record.
tickets have you gotten? How much, what you do as a company overall. And no one's going to come in from way out. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen it even with unlimited. We have not seen a ton of that. But removing that concierge and removing that possibility that we'll get that
Right.
will be huge.
We had some commercial users in years past that were trying to, wiggle their way into servicing our community as far as local Pickens County open space properties. So I'm glad to hear that. And the other thing I think we need to point out too is with our commercial users, not only are they good stewards and do a great education part, but they help us out a lot on the river. Be it from North Star all the way down to, down the Roaring Fork, as far as their first aid training and their whitewater river rescue training, and just their maintenance and their concern for the habitat and the safety issues along the river. And I think that's something we need to keep in mind. We don't see a lot of that from private users, but we benefit that as a whole as Pickens County to have those commercial users that help us with other issues related to our open space and trails and our rivers as a whole.
I just want to speak for 1 second about the success of commercial operators in Glenwood Canyon. Glenwood Canyon was headed in a not so great direction in whitewater rafting, turned that around completely through their enlistment of volunteers and other commercial operators to clean up the river and keep it safe and keep it clean. And it was a remarkable success what they did as commercial operators there. And so I'm imagining we're going to see a reflection of that here.
Yeah, I think we already do, but I think it'll be enhanced further.
So,
Yeah, Michael.
This report offers pretty good logic that commercial users are not the principal problem at North Star. So I would invite the various public folks who are going to talk to address that, whether you buy that assumption or thesis. And then secondarily, if you do buy it and you think commercials aren't the principal problem, then what? What do we ought to do differently, regardless of whether the operators are commercial or private? I'd love to hear you all. You know, there's probably a lot more brain power out there than there is around this table here, so.
Well, and just to limit that is to
Speak for
say
yourself, Mark.
during the
I did.
during the update to the management plan is when we really put it out for all of that, and really, you know, we will, you know, those are when the substantive changes happen.
Thank you.
Sure. And so, you have one more?
I'd like to go back to the wildlife slide.
Okay.
Not
Because
giving
that's
that
some
one.
questions on it, Michael.
Wait, before you do that, are you finished with your presentation?
Well, unless you want me to go through the other pieces are,
Hang,
just go,
hang, can we just wait then until they're
Sure,
through?
we can wait till
He
the
kind of
very
wants
end.
to get through it
It was
all
the other
before
one
we-
with the bar
Before
chart.
we retreat.
yeah, I just wanted to say, these are the other three things that we will be
Yeah,
doing,
I wanna see
and how
those.
they relate back to our management plan actions. And it's just implementation of that 2020 plan. And it's really, you know, the two big things is to launch the rental company education, because, you know, if we do limit the commercial use a little bit, you know, a lot of people pick up their boards somewhere else. So we need to really up that, and we'll work with our partners, especially the city of Aspen, where most of those rental companies are, to make that happen. And then we really want people to rethink their float campaign, and because we redid the parking areas. Let's get people to start looking at accessing North Star in a different way. Let's reduce the public use. Go, hey, let's get your board pumped up beforehand. Let's try to move things along. Less cars, more bikes. We can do this. We just have to work with people on it. And now that we have the parking areas completely redone, I think we need to use that as a way to rethink your float campaign. So we're already working on that. And then to continue to study the visitor use, because, you know, 2023 was the introduction to really looking at visitor use. You know, we usually leave it to the year before the management plan update to do a big visitor use study, because you need time of all the things that we implemented to see what changed. And so we did a little bit this year, which was good. It's good data. But next year it's going to be much more expanded, because that's going to directly impact what we recommend in the management plan update. So that's it, and then you can go to questions.
Thank you, Gary. So what we're going to do is we're going to have the board and the OST board ask questions. Then we're going to open it up to public comment for you guys to come up and say what you think, and preferably in 3 minutes and under, unless you're just incredibly interesting. We can't turn you off. But before we do that, I just want to thank Open Space and Trails for this incredibly beautiful and well scientifically documented report. It really is an extraordinary report, and you guys did an amazing job on it, not to mention the work that you did before the report to create the report. So thank you guys so much. Greg.
Okay, here we go. I'll be quick. Just a quick suggestion regarding if the shops have to alert people about rentals and boards. Is there an opportunity perhaps to put the actual rules on any board that goes to North Star? Could they actually post or paint or make a sticker with the North Star rules that has to go on any board that gets rented? Just a thought.
Or their foreheads.
We could explore that, and we have a similar thing like that for our e-bikes. There's
Oh,
a QR
right,
code on
that's
all
right.
of the e-bikes rented in the valley, so we could look at something
That's
like
a
that.
possibility. The other one is public shuttles. Is there a possibility of ever having a
that, I
public
think.
shuttle to North Star so that people would never have to take their car? That's just, I wanted to open that up as an idea. And the final one is, I'm back to my wildlife charts. It's the bar charts.
Bar chart.
The vertical bar chart. And you're talking about, I was just going down the list, and it looks like between 2014 and 17, you've really had an improvement of gophers.
Go figure.
We've had an improvement of voles. That's good. Okay, I love voles. Elk are down. Deer are up, which is, bear are up. Squirrels, it's an interesting list. But I thought it's worth noticing just which animals you're measuring here. And then also, there was something about red-winged blackbird.
Well, I'm going to
on
send
your
all
chart.
my mice from my house
Yeah,
to
yes.
North Star
You
from
can-
now on, guys.
Patty's reintroducing her
I'm
mice.
going
that's
to
the
reintroduce
problem.
mice to North Star.
On the red-winged blackbirds, I always think of a red-winged blackbird as something that you see in an agricultural meadow. Like maybe what Jimmy Smith did to turn that into ag land increased the population of red-winged blackbirds dramatically, and now we see them in decline as it's going back. And that's my own amateur theory, but I just wanted to say, while we're measuring these animals, how do you, how can you determine what's really going on? And it's possible that the decline of red-winged blackbirds, is that possible it's making room for other species that are more of the wetland natural species there? And that's completely amateur naivete. Thank you.
I love,
No, I like the way you think, and that's where each indicator species represents a specific habitat type, and so we can go back and look at the habitat types. So red-winged blackbirds are an indicator for emergent wetlands, and if the fen restoration might not create emergent wetlands, it might create open water habitat, and that favors waterfowl. So we might see the indicator species for open water habitat increasing. So it is like ecology. It's complicated. You tug at one little string and everything else moves. So
Got it.
But I like that. You just keep going.
love it.
I'm never
I
going to
love it.
stop that thinking. It's good.
Thank you.
Although I'll have to say, on our ranch, I see the red-winged blackbirds in the rushes in the water.
Yeah,
So.
that's true.
How about open space? Yeah, Michael?
Just is the, are the constraints or limitations imposed by the original CE part of this document? And particularly, does the original CE address recreation intensity?
It does.
What does it say about that?
Yes, I mean, it's, I could get Dale and Paul who know the exact details of the thing, but we've been working with AVLT on this to make sure all of this complies with the CE since 2015. And so use and intensity is, it's you talk about use and intensity and you're trying to manage for it. The original CE didn't have a number. There's no number to say it.
I would
So
like
we're-
to know the language at some point.
Yeah, we can bring that back.
And I think the
mean,
public needs to know the CE is a conservation easement.
Right.
Just
The
so
con-
they know.
there's a but the conservation easement only applies to North Star, the one piece that was purchased by the county in 1976.
see.
It doesn't apply to the private lands. It doesn't apply to Wildwood. It doesn't apply to James A. Smith. But because North Star is a critical component of this, AVLT has been a huge partner in drafting all these regulations and making sure that it complies
follow.
with the CE.
Other questions? Yeah, Howie.
Oh, a couple of things. On the wildlife issue, I'd submit that, well, one thing is we've got to remember the ospreys. They were there and now they're gone.
Yeah,
you
ospreys
mean
are
the
here.
herons?
The ospreys.
Ospreys are coming back up valley.
The ospreys were, wasn't there a osprey nest in North Star?
There were great blue heron nests at North Star.
And there were ospreys.
And
They-
there were
ospreys.
Yeah, they
There were
moved.
also ospreys.
Yeah.
And
Just to put a little kind of humor to this, but I think it's
But the
reality.
gophers
If
are
you're
doing
looking for- Huh?
Ospreys don't eat.
The gophers are doing great, so.
Let's
No.
let Howie go on.
All right, if you really want to have more birds up there, a more active bird population, let's bring back the mosquitoes. No? No, man?
We're gonna know from the audience.
Well, what I'm getting at, all these things are connected, and the mosquitoes are eradicated every year. And therefore, there's less food for birds to eat and less maybe nourishment for the fish in the river. So let's be realistic about this nature preserve. It's an altered space that we've created up there. So that's just something to file away.
Had the
My
mosquitoes.
question has to do with better explanation of the term you use, Carly, the visitor capacity. Talk to us what that means or what it doesn't mean. Is there a number behind capacity? And if there is, do you want to, are going to suggest raising it, lowering it, or managing it in a certain way in terms of timing of usage on the river? Talk to us about that.
So the first part that I can say here is that the term visitor capacity is a component of visitor use management. And so I think that's a critical thing to remember here. So
What does capacity mean?
So Open Space and Trails employs a number of visitor use management strategies. Visitor capacity is a strategy that Open Space and Trails has used in a sense, in managing the commercial permits, that is a way of managing the number of commercial users. But capacity is a different strategy that would look comprehensively at use and try to find that maximum number of people that could utilize a site without any detriment to those desired conditions that we're monitoring for. So we don't have that number. We have not studied that number at this point.
But that's what the board requested, though.
No.
Yeah.
Gary?
The reason why we didn't come up with a number is that is an extremely difficult number. And what Carly's showing you is that we're using all these visitor management strategies to achieve and maintain desired conditions. And the biodiversity is doing well. And so if you want to make a social determination of visitor capacity, that's a lot different than the desired conditions. The current management plan doesn't have a desired condition to reduce the social impact. It has an overall thing to ensure the biodiversity is maintained. So for us, we're not coming up with an overall number because we're not seeing any impact. So potentially this area could handle more. And so if you come up with a number, you want to look at it in terms of holistically, like, okay, the biodiversity is not being messed with the numbers that we see now. And so if we're doing a lot of strategies to reduce the capacity. You can only put in 3 places. And so you can only actually access that preserve in 3 places. You've totally limited the capacity of that. And with less commercial, and we're working on more strategies for public use. And what we knew this all along, that the public use is right now unregulated. It's not unmanaged because we manage it pretty heavily with our rangers and our naturalists and the places that they can come and go, places that they can park. But overall, number-wise, you asked us for a number. We're not going to be able to give you a number because it's more than what is up there now because we're not seeing impacts. But there's a social. And so all of this is going to be taken into account when we do the update to the management plan in 2025, because every single management plan we have done has done more and more limitations. And because we learn more and more about what is needed and what is not needed. And so far, the biodiversity is doing great. It's this social that is something that we potentially want to look at. And we have reduced the social impacts considerably since 2015. So getting back to where Michael was with the CE, is we've reduced the use and intensity. And, even though the numbers are up, you're looking at the intensity of the use, and it's only in certain areas. It's floating through. It's only 3 months a year. So, if we want to do a social number cap and come up, it's going to be a little arbitrary because that's what permits do sometimes. But if we want to do that, that's in the next management plan, and that's a bigger discussion because the Forest Service owns a piece of this property, and they are not in the position to do a huge NEPA process or the capacity even come close to do a huge NEPA process to come up with a permit system on their own. So that's kind of where we're at on this whole capacity piece.
Certainly is an issue for the Forest Service, though, the social impacts of the increase of use in the backcountry.
And they've been working with us pretty heavily on this, but this is this
I had one more
small
comment.
little area.
All right, Howie?
One more comment to follow on Greg's idea of trying to incentivize more bicycle access. I think you talked about that, Carly. Have you or will you be willing to consider paid parking at the parking lots to incite people to carry their bikes with
Will
trailers?
you guys be willing to do that? It's not me.
Okay.
That's a huge topic, and that should be
That's
part
why
of
I
the
brought it
management
up.
plan change. But
That,
yes.
that along with the mosquitoes, I think, would,
So
paid
anyway, but
parking
that-
and mosquitoes, I think, will reduce the parking portions.
Reduce the social.
Mosquitoes are included in the
It would
biodiversity,
be
though.
interesting to do a survey on how many people want to increase the number of mosquitoes up there.
I'd love to know when the mosquito eradication actually began. because I know some of the history, but I don't know it all, but it would be, I think, valuable to include that in this
When the
report.
special district was created,
In 19
You-
they have a
you
special,
know-
they have a special mosquito district that was created, gosh,
Late sixties, I think, or seventies.
no, the district itself was this,
80s, yeah. It was a really, it was in the 80s or 90s, so it's been a long time.
yeah.
And we've worked with the mosquito control district, and we made it a piece of the management plan that we don't allow the draining of wetlands, which you guys approved. No draining of wetlands, because they used to do that for mosquito control too. But no draining of wetlands, but we do allow the application of larvicide on all the wetlands. in North
Herbicide,
Star.
pesticide,
Larvicide.
larvicide.
And the reason that was done was a lot of it was because there was a year when we didn't do mosquito control and it was unbelievable, the mosquitoes. And then with West Nile virus, et cetera, it was a public health emergency type of situation.
So larvicide is specific to mosquito larvae and it doesn't transgress into other insects? Is that the idea?
Some flies and stuff, but it's just a larvicide where the larva eats the
Poison.
It's not poison. It's actually just something that blows up their stomach. And so they've been the Israelis came up with it, and it's
Oh, that's a terrible thing to say
bacteria.
right now, oh my God.
well, but it is a bacterial thing
We
that
just probably
really
had it for
helped
lunch.
overall with mosquito eradication without alternative impacts. If you think about it, they used to just use pesticides like
They don't die to
malathion
know
and
what
all
you
of
have
that stuff, and imagine that being sprayed all over
Yeah.
the East Aspen.
It's like
But
what we
these-
used against grasshoppers.
Right. So larvicide is applied, and then the mosquitoes eat it, and the larvae eat it, and blow up, and all's good, and nothing else really gets, impacted by it. Trust me, the Forest Service did a very in-depth study, or forced the mosquito control district to do an in-depth study on that, because a lot of it's also treated near difficult.
Wayne?
I just think there's a lot of public here, and I think I'm
Yeah, I'm
anxious to
ready.
hear from them.
Yeah.
The mosquito talk is fascinating.
Okay.
Oh, I
any
thought
other
you were
Not
gonna
really
give
on
us
the
Before we
some
go to
agenda.
public?
No, I'd like to
Thank
hear from
you.
the public
Okay.
and then I'll weigh in.
How many of
Thanks.
you would like to speak today?
Because we have.
Oh, my. Okay, is there anybody online, Abby?
Don't see anybody raising their hand.
Okay. Let's start with the back row, on my right, your left. The furthest person back there, that's fine, you,
Just make up your mind, because we. Like
Hi.
10 minutes.
My name is Morgan Boyles, and grew up there next to the Wildwood School. And thank you guys so much for having this meeting. One thing that I want to talk about, and just read two very short quotes from the 2000 Resource Management Plan of the North Star Nature Preserve, is that commercial use has been talked about a lot since the inception of the preserve. And Tom can probably touch on this more because he was there, and perhaps even Michael. But originally, the commercial use was not intended when the North Star Nature Preserve was created, and it was it was a huge discussion at the time, so much so that in the foreword of this document on page 3, you have two quotes. One is from Sidney Macy, who's the Nature Conservancy Field Office Director, and he wrote in 1984 in a letter to Picken County, P&Z, the intention of the acquisition, which is in keeping with the Nature Conservancy's objective of preserving natural areas, was that the North Star Ranch be managed as a natural area for scientific and educational purposes, while still encouraging and allowing some passive recreation. And from Morgan Smith, who was the son of Jim Smith, the intent of the donation of the $275,000 Smith family donation was to keep the land in open space and for the purposes of wildlife. Whether this is reflected in whatever documents may exist from the time of the donation, we never would have made the donation had there been discussions of commercial usages. In addition, it was always our hope that this donation might serve as an example to others who are interested in preserving land and protecting wildlife. And so I just wanted to read those quotes because they were a very important part of the management plan at that time. And now it's amazing how, from my understanding of the conservation easement with Aspen Valley Land Trust, there was only one commercial user that was allowed at that time, and it was just Kirk Baker and his kayak school. And so it's been wild to watch these changes happen since the 2015 management plan, where commercial users now account for 20 to 30% of the use of the North Star. And I do disagree a little bit with the assertion that commercial users reduce the amount of users, because what I see up there is public users come in, and we're in no way opposed to public use of the river because you cannot limit public use of Colorado waterways. But they come in and they fill up the parking lot, and then once the parking lot's full, no more people can come. Whereas when a commercial user comes in, they can just drop off from their van and shuttle people through. So I do actually think that commercial use does increase the use levels on the preserve, and I think it is worth remembering that it was not in the original intention of the nature preserve. So, thank you.
Thank you, Maureen.
So filling up the parking spaces is a good thing.
Well, it's the way that use is actually controlled at a lot of our trailheads, and I think that using the example of Hunter Creek, it would be good to envision something like that, where there's an opportunity for people to drop people off like they do at the upper trailhead, for there to be some senior parking, that type of thing, and that it's more focused as a easy place to drop off and turn around. And I think Hunter Creek is just a good example to look to with this similar issue. Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
Morgan.
Thank you, Morgan.
Okay, we have the lady that was behind Morgan. I'm going to work my way forward, so you'll be last. Sorry.
We got here an hour early so we could go first.
Well, maybe I'll flip it back and forth.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Greg. I'm Jane Ploss, and I cannot help but think your initial intent was to align the management of the North Star Preserve to what James Smith and his family had originally asked. And this is visibly posted on the signs at the North Star Preserve. Protect critical and historic elk migration routes. Protect the Roaring Fork River and the valley wetlands. Provide sanctuary for the diverse wildlife moving through the region. Serve as an environmental education site, and provide people with a place to connect to the natural world. But somehow along the way, you lost sight of that original intent. You really think the paddleboarders are connecting to the natural world? Digging their paddles into the riverbed, into the banks, paddleboards up and down, falling in, people. You have posted signs that say this is a fragile refuge. But you built parking spaces. You even built paddleboard racks. And oh, don't forget the beach. And of course, you sell commercial licenses. You have turned a beautiful, reflective, fragile preserve into an attraction park extravaganza. A Disneyland. You all come. It's a travesty what's happened to the North Star Preserve. And you really think this was James Smith's intent? There was an article in the newspaper that I forgot to write down the name from his son that said how they had intended for the North Star Preserve. And you have to remember, it's a preserve. It already has the word in it. And they said there was to be no commercial uses. When I read the Open Space and Trails mission, continually acquire, preserve, manage, and maintain open space and trails within the community for the benefit of the current and the future generations. If you don't start truly restoring the preserve from the thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of users on the river, I wonder if it'll be around in 10 years. Why can't you just have a piece of open space that is truly open space? A sanctuary for wildlife, their habitat, that you can build upon the East Trail, which you beautifully did. I compliment you on a lot of your open space projects, but this one, is a hot mess, and you've missed the mark. And on the end of this, I will say, perhaps the return of the moose is actually James Smith and his family being reincarnated, sending a very clear message
Similar personality.
that the preserve is not being preserved. And so let's the moose come and let's see if they can protect it. And I will be very progressive. I feel that all paddleboarding should be banned. I feel all commercial licenses should be revoked. I feel that the parking lots you can't do too much about, but that's all right if people want to use the trail.
Okay, you need to finish up, please.
And I'm almost done. And that's where I feel on the North Star Preserve, if you truly care about it and you really want to create something that's a real treasure in this county.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Terry Kane. Thank you very much for allowing us to be here. I've lived and worked in the Roaring Fork Valley, or actually Pitkin County, for 40 years. And thank you, Jane. I think that the steps that the county has laid out and the work that you've been doing is a step in the right direction, but I agree with Jane, it's not enough. I want to reiterate what was said already, that the original language of the conveyance stated that only, as I understand it, Jane, one commercial operator permit could be allowed. The Nature Star Preserve is owned by Pitkin County, and in the brochure that was created here that we reviewed today, it states that it has an additional level of protection through a conservation easement held by Aspen Valley Land Trust. Now, a component of that original easement allows the Nature Star Preserve to be updated every 5 years. However, it also states that amendments may address but not increase the type of intensity, recreational, commercial, or public use. That language is explicit, so I really don't understand how we're here today. Last year, 12 permits. The year before that, 18 permits. Like, how could you let that happen? So I think, there should only be one. That's what the original language states, one. And I totally disagree. I'm sorry. I know a lot of work went into this, but when you say that all of the advertisements, the posters, the commercial vans driving through town with paddleboards piled high, flyers in all the hotels, has not increased awareness of stand-up paddleboarding on the river. It absolutely has. That's unequivocal. And someone in a survey might not say, oh, I read an ad, but subliminally, if not consciously, the awareness is raised by commercial operators, and I don't think that that can be argued. So I not only think that we need to go back to just one commercial operator, but I am in favor of a permit system. I mean, we have that in many other places in Pitkin County. There's too much use on the river. It's not just about parking, you guys. It's too many people. And so I'm in favor of a permit system to decrease the number of users, and it's a nature preserve. That's why the land was conveyed, a nature preserve. It's not a public recreation area, or as Jane said, a Disneyland. And I thank you for your time, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Terry.
Good call. Come on up.
I'm a user. My name's Jim Ingram. I'm a user of the preserve, and I am a commercial outfitter. And thank you, Gary, for all his, information today and what they put together. And I go up there with my family, and paddleboarding, just listening to these last couple of people, paddleboarding didn't exist 10 years ago. I was a kayaker, and kayakers would go up there and paddle or run the preserve. Open space has definitely decreased the use, as opposed to, I remember years ago, party buses would pull into the Wildwood Preserve or Wildwood parking lot and unload 30 to 50 people, and they'd float down on air tubes. I can speak for my operation, and what I've seen from other commercial outfitters, we definitely educate all the people that go on the river. And the river is, I guess the river is the river, and it's not owned land. You're on the water. And we do have the right to float in the state, and people do that. And I think we've, basically have that right to access the river. It is the Forest Service land where we access it. And I don't know, I guess paddleboarding is popular, and it's become popular in the last 5 years, I would say. But and it's going to stay that way. I guess I'm not one of those people that close the door behind me that, hey, I showed up in Aspen 30 years ago. I love it. Nobody else can come. Our community thrives on people to have access to our land, our beauty, and what we can do here. And so basically the people that, come here have that right too. And so, giving them that opportunity would be great. And if we restrict it and say, no more paddleboarding on North Star, and nobody can go up there unless you're a landowner. That's ridiculous. And I think you can't close the door once you're in. You got to open it up. Basically, I've got tons more to say, but I didn't write anything down. So,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In the back, your right, back there in the back? We have some back there? How many more people want to speak? Tom, were you going to speak? Yeah, come on up.
Can we go?
Yeah, go.
Thank you. My name is Tony Kane. I reside at 60 Wildwood Lane for the last 13 years, just upriver of the put-in. And first, compliments to Gary and his staff for the changes they've made over recent years. It has been a big improvement. Specifically, for years, every handful of days, I would go out with garbage bags and clean up beer cans and trash. The implementation of the forest rangers has been a big improvement. So thank you to the group, and I support and concur with your mission. However, Mike asked the most important question, and that is, do we support or agree or disagree that the commercial operators increase the challenges and problems in the preserve? I fall heavily on the side that commercial operators do make a very big and negative impact. Based on years of empirical observation, walking my geriatric golden retriever Yogi, who is a species, maybe one of his own, but he was definitely the most loved species up and down Wildwood Lane, I observe regularly in days coming in and out. I would challenge the numbers of commercial users. I think it was 2,500 or 2,700. If you divide it by the number of user days, that might equate to 30 to 40 commercial users per day. Divided by 8 licenses last year, approximately 4 users per operator. Far from the case. I would challenge that number might be 2 times or 3 times greater. I observe vans coming in, sometimes back to back, with minimally 6 as a required, sometimes many more. Those numbers just are not accurate. So I would request that we have much more data. Then the other item that was introduced that I'll get to is the current agreements are limited to 1 commercial operator. So I have in hand here, and I'll wrap up very quickly, I have in hand here the easement agreement with its operating plan, and first compliments to Patty that the agreement dating back to September 2nd, 2003, which Patty helped create and execute. Thank you for that work. In that agreement, item number 18 specifies clearly, the agreement, any amendment shall be in writing, signed by both parties, and recorded in the official records of Pitkin County. 5 very quick questions relative to that. County Commissioners.
Sorry, what agreement is this? I missed that.
This is the easement agreement that's been referred to in previous conversation. And
Signed
it-
between Aspen Valley Land Trust and Pickett County, I believe.
And if the commissioners are not familiar with it, I'd request that you do read it in detail. So the question to the commissioners is, do you believe you have an obligation to adhere to both these specific terms of the agreement in the spirit of the conservation easement and its management plan? 2, are there any recorded amendments to the conservation easement? If no, the easement has been violated by providing more than one license for an operator. Who retains the authority at the county to approve any amendments, and by what process will the amendments to the conservation easement be considered? 4, and just gone through this, there have been specific actions and proposed actions in the biodiversity and use plan to increase it to 5, I believe it's 5 operators. What was the process at the county to abrogate terms of the conservation agreement? And does the county intend to prioritize and adhere to the conservation agreement, or move forward with an update that clearly violates terms of the conservation agreement? And that's all I have to say.
That's
So,
right, you can finish that part. You don't have to leave right this very
okay,
second.
was that my 3-minute bell?
It was actually 4, I gave you an extra
4,
one.
okay, thank you. Then, just in general here, does the county have an obligation to provide public notice according to Colorado's open meetings law? My wife and I were subject to a previous item, and won't go into it, where we didn't receive public notification. So how is that public notification? How does that occur? And will that happen with any amendments to the conservation agreement?
Would you do me a favor and follow that up with a letter with those questions in it so that we
Sure.
can have staff get back to you on
Gotcha.
that?
You have our county attorney
Thank you.
look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you all. I'm Edgar Boyles. In 2015, the language of the trust was quietly changed to allow multiple commercial operations to charge for floats on the North Star. This broke the terms of the conservation easement. It was done in the minds of the authorities to better control the explosive use of the river due to the popularity of stand-up paddleboarding. This created a new user group of visitors and tourists to the preserve. It is obvious that allowing commercial use unnecessarily increases the use of the nature preserve. We do not understand OST's logic that adding commercial users to the preserve has somehow reduced their numbers. At the May 2023 OST board meeting, Howie Mallory proposed and Michael Kinsley seconded a motion for an OST to complete a capacity analysis to see what would be a reasonable number of day users on the river before the issuance of the commercial permits for the 2024 season. OST agreed and said that by December 2023, they would provide this. OST did a user survey, but they have not completed a capacity study. A capacity study should be done by an independent, outside entity. I would like to stress that the OST rangers have done a fantastic job, and often against unruly users, to enforce the restrictions in a chaotic parking scene and to educate and to protect the animals and the natural quality of the preserve. My questions are, should commercial operations profit from the use of the nature preserve as a recreational commodity? Should a growing tourist demand for recreation be the deciding factor to change land use rules? What concerns do the OST board and commissioners have regarding mission creep of recreational pressure on the preserve? Should the North Star Nature Preserve be a monetized profit-producing locale, or is this in direct opposition to the original intent of the preserve? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Edgar.
Open Space and Trails Board, we are past your time to end this meeting, but I think our board would like to hear more public comment, and I don't know about you guys. Carry on?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, great, yep.
Just remember, we have to be out of the room by 5 o'clock for P&Z.
We'll be out of here.
One way or another.
This was said by Bob Fulton, who used to live.
Introduce yourself for the public.
Ruth Harrison. This was said by Bob Fulton, who used to live up there, and he was a renowned movie producer all over the world. The best thing man can do to help the natural world is to do nothing. Pretty soon, I guarantee you, it probably won't be in my lifetime, but I guarantee you within 20 years, there'll be a 20,000 square foot house at the Nature Preserve. I guarantee it.
That's very depressing, Ruth.
Yes, it is.
At least there weren't 350 development rights and 350 homes up there. That was the plan.
Somebody over here? Yeah, come on up.
Yeah, it was 350 development.
Hello, my name is Lang Adams. I am a commercial outfitter. I own Elk Mountain Expeditions, and we've been permitted with you all since 2016, I believe. Thanks for having us. Did not prepare anything to say today, but in response to what we've been hearing, I guess I'd like to say a few things. First off, the statistic you made with commercial use versus private use in vehicles, and I believe Weston did mention this as well. In regards to impact on parking, commercial outfitters don't ever park more than 10 minutes. So that statistic, in my mind, makes commercial use more advantageous. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the conservation easement is not the entire property we're talking about right now. If this was truly a nature preserve from the put in to the takeout, there wouldn't be any homes on it either, would there? There wouldn't be bridges across, and there wouldn't be a highway going next to it. Let us not forget this is a tourism-based economy, and most of our livelihoods come from that, including mine. I do support the proposal to reduce the amount of commercial users, and I would suggest in your proposal plan the way in which you choose your outfitters or your commercial permittees should be based on their experience with rivers, not driving vehicles. And I think you probably are doing that already. And I would like to say also that I would like to thank Commissioner Clapper for noting that we as commercial outfitters, and I'll speak for myself, are stewards of the river. We care deeply for the river, and we're very passionate about it. And myself and all my drivers do a lot to clean the river up, and they're coming back with a lot of trash and doing a lot of education for public users as well. I think the statistic you had saying that commercial users were the most educated users out there speaks a lot to what commercial use is actually doing. That's it.
You say you educate those who are not your clients, but other people on the river, is that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Say more about that. What's it look like as a practice?
If we see private users doing something that is against the ethos of the North Star Nature Preserve, trespassing, bringing bottles, amplified music, not parking in the right spot, educating them on how to navigate the river. And that's actually something that I would like to suggest as well as in your management plan moving forward. I think there should be something in regards to river corridor safety. I know that there's been a lot of downed trees and beaver dams. And if this is going to be a public waterway that's navigable, it should also be navigable. And we need to make sure that that's part of the management plan where people are, especially public users that don't know what they're doing out there, are not getting themselves into danger.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Francie, can I just real quick, I need to publicly disclose, my son is involved with a local commercial operator. He does not utilize the North Star Preserve.
Thanks, Lane.
Thank you.
Somebody from over here? Anybody else in this section over here? Okay, thank you.
We know you.
My name's Karen Teague. I'm here speaking as a private citizen, just to clarify. Thank you for all you all do. This is an extraordinarily difficult question, Michael, but here I am to give you the answer.
That's very Teague-ish.
Yeah. I don't want to, some people have spoken very well and clearly, so I don't want to go over all those points. I just want to say, even though I am not speaking on behalf of the Independence Past Foundation, Bob Lewis, who founded our organization 35 years ago, along with a number of other environmental initiatives, lived on North Star for most of his life. And if he were alive today, he would be here speaking and distraught. It's a really hard thing for many of us to see who have lived here a long time, to drive by that place every day and see what's become of it. It is not a nature preserve. I think everyone in this room knows that. It is a recreational area. It's wonderful for recreation. It has been really tough on the wildlife and the place. I'm very grateful for the efforts that Open Space and Trails is making on the rewilding front. But I got to push back on Gary's statement that the biodiversity is doing great. I don't think the statistics or anecdotal information support that. The herons are gone, the ospreys are gone, beavers can't do their natural thing. Fish are dying at North Star. And I know, that latter point, that's probably due not to recreation, but probably due to contamination upstream and warm temps on the river. But these are things that are going to occur. Climate change is going to bring forth all kinds of anticipated and unanticipated consequences. And lots of past human activity is going to come back to roost. And it's going to affect these places. It's going to affect North Star dramatically. And we need to start managing it with that kind of forward thinking in mind. If we really want it, if we truly want it to be a nature preserve, we've got to be thinking in that kind of forward looking, anticipatory way, and saying it can accommodate, maybe lots more folks. Oh, boy. I hope you will all take to heart the original intent of this transfer. It's going to be really tough for folks in the future to trust in this group with their donation intended as a nature preserve if this is going to be what happens. So that's it. Thank you. Thank you all for all you do.
Thank you, Karen.
Thanks, Karen.
Somebody over here? Okay, Tom.
Great, thank you all for being here and being the decision makers, kind of in the spirit of the watershed biodiversity study that we all did together. I'm here to provide some perspective and information and not make your decision any more difficult than
We know who you are, but could you say
seems
your
to
name
be.
for the public?
Sure, Tom Cardamone, and director of ACES from '75 through 2011. It occurs to me first to remember that when we first started, when Jody and I first started, Jody quickly got into leading the North Star Committee with Fritz Benedict, Cynthia Wayburn, and some others, and establishing some of the ground rules that are still echoed in the language that you're hearing today. And I also remember hearing Jimmy Smith on the radio castigating Shellman, Edwards, and Kinsley for thwarting his interest in developing a ski area in a village at the base of the mountain at North Star. We're lucky we're here to converse about this dilemma today because of those guys, because otherwise there'd be a village there and we wouldn't be having this discussion. So I think that's helpful perspective. Another piece of perspective, just in terms of biodiversity, it's great to hear open space so focused on biodiversity as a primary focus for the activities at North Star. But just a quick bit of history. 10,000 years ago, the end of the Ice Age, humans on Earth were 1/600th the biomass of mammalian wildlife. In 1990, we were 2/3. Today, we and our livestock are 96%. So that's a little shocking to think about, that imbalance that we have participated in. What's encouraging, though, is that our watershed is 50-50 in terms of wild mammalian biomass and people and their livestock. So if you adhere to the nature needs half mantra, we're doing that well already, and we can do better. It's good to see the rewilding efforts, the community collaborative conservation efforts of open space, and the use of biodiversity as a measuring tool. And I guess a suggestion I would have with that as background is that as a metric for looking at the success of biodiversity management at North Star, there are probably much less altered places nearby, upstream probably, where a better baseline could be produced than exists with North Star. Because it was a one-crop hay meadow that Jimmy created by ripping out all the willows and diverting the stream out of the oxbows. So there's a lot of room for improvement at North Star. And if we have a baseline that is our goal, which is not just protecting the biodiversity, but enhancing what's there, that might be a better element for us to rally around. And I see the dilemma you have, and I understand it as a founder of the Open Space Program and as a longtime ACES person involved with, somebody asked earlier, what the commercial uses were. It was Kirk Baker with about 15 kayakers once in a while, probably not even every day, and Dick Jackson jumping off Welsh's and landing in the meadow once in a while. And our perspective was they were stewards of that place. They were watching over it literally from the water, and Kirk would report to me any issues that he observed and was helpful in that respect. But it's a far cry from the use that we see today. And as far as the hang gliders were concerned, or the paragliders, the heronry was established after they were active, which told us that really wasn't an issue for the herons. They've gone, or they're in and out of the door now, we know that, which is what herons do. They use the place for a while, then they go elsewhere, then they come back. But continuing the rewilding, establishing a better baseline than we have from the old hayfield, and then trying to do better. And maybe our mantra is not nature needs half, but as at North Star, nature needs about 3/4. We've got the landscape in our watershed already. Most of it's public, around 60%, I think. And by some good metric, and there's still discussion about how you measure nature needs half, is it acreage, is it species, is it population sizes? That's ongoing discussion, but there's good expertise that could be helpful in that regard. But having a goal of not just protecting, but enhancing. And I know that's a goal for open space and the staff, and I encourage you all to support them in pursuing that. So
Thank you so much, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Sorry, everybody. I know I went over with him a little bit. I could listen to him all afternoon.
I could too. My name is Elizabeth Boyles, and I was hoping that Tom would discuss more of the watershed biodiversity project and the beavers that could really be helping us right now as far as answers. We are a tributary to the Colorado River, and we have water issues. And beavers have, through their great engineering, the ability to store 80% more water in the land mass around where their beaver dams are than is held just by the river. So we don't have to put in a man-made reservoir. We could have water storage if we were to allow the beavers to thrive. And the commercial operations are in conflict because there's an incentive to chip away at the beaver dams, and then we have had the major beaver dam last season was ripped out by a landowner whose management company was able to do that because they own both sides of the river. But I think
That was upstream?
Upstream of the North Star Nature Preserve was the most intact beaver dam, and the reason it was so consequential was because once it was physically removed by a team of people, that created a stronger water flow, and it took out the lesser dams below it. But Tom also had a suggestion at one time that we hit the pause button in order to establish a baseline again. You've tried for 8 years the commercial use, which was in direct violation with the conservation easement. You've tried it for reasons that you thought would be helpful, but the reverse has been shown. If you look at the graphs closely, you'll see the higher number of commercial users, the higher number of people, and there's a correlation. But what if we took a pause button and let the beavers do what they're going to do and restore our watershed and see what native plants and species will grow back again? We could call Ben Goldfarb. He's just over the hill, the Great Divide, and see what are his recommendations, because it's a natural way to rewild, but right now it is in the way of a commercial profit to have those beaver dams, and so they do disappear, and it's not just from spring runoff. It's with assisted human action. So the other baseline, Dee Malone did a baseline in 2000 that can be used. We have the head of the EPA for all water sources, ocean, rivers, streams, lakes, was a NACIS naturalist. He's happy to help us. His wife is head of NatureServe, the data collection of the Nature Conservancy. There's help available. If Open Space and Trails cannot give us the capacity analysis that we requested, which the very colorful display that we saw today, and a lot of hours and money and time went into that. But it's a biodiversity of user groups. You're managing people, autos, vans, vehicles. And there was some information, there were some graphs about the biodiversity of the avian life and the mammal life. It did not include all of the original species. There are many fewer species that were numbered in 2000 than were recorded today. Where did they go and why?
Who recorded them in 2000?
Dee Malone did a big report.
Thank you.
At that time. So the data is available to find that out, and we need to treat this. We're managing people and cars, we're not managing habitat. And I think you should put habitat first.
Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Any more?
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
My name is James Forster. I'm a commercial outfitter up there. I know I'm probably persona non grata in this room, but a lot of familiar faces. So I just had a couple things to say. Number one, Open Space and Trails has done an excellent job managing the multiple properties in this river corridor, right from the beginning of Wildwood all the way down to the conservation easement at North Star Nature Preserve. So it's not just the conservation easement we're talking about. We're talking about this massive, conglomeration of private landowners and all these other landowners. So they've done an amazing job of bringing them together and making it easy for us as commercial users to operate under a kind of a set of rules. I don't have much to say about I think all of the recommendations look great, even at potential expense of losing my permit. I think it's the right thing to do. And I do think that Morgan made a great point that maybe parking shouldn't be allowed up there. And we should look at Hunter Creek as a kind of a sounding board for something that we could look at doing where people have to drop off and have to park somewhere else. And that's just a recommendation I have, is to maybe look at working with RAFTA or something to have a shuttle that moves public users up to that area and no parking in the Wildwood area. Because I assume, and I know that as a landowner up there, if I owned a piece of land, the amount of impact that they've seen over the years has just been, it's insane. I feel for them, and I feel that we actually are, as commercial outfitters, trying to help that issue. And certainly we are the easy target here from the perspective of everybody who's spoken. So I think that's all I have to say. I would like to say that, for better or for worse, I was with Charlie MacArthur. I learned how to kayak when I was just 6 years old up on the North Star Nature Preserve. And it's sent me on this trajectory to own my own rafting company in town. So I take a lot of I love the North Star Nature Preserve. It holds a very special place in my heart. I think our company and most of the commercial outfitters in this room that are at our permitted really take our education of the area as seriously as we possibly can. And that's kind of all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thanks, James.
Thanks, James.
There's somebody online, Abby, who has their hand up?
Got one.
Hey guys, Eric Scarvin from Sundog Athletics. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hey, I'm so sorry I missed the first part of the meeting. I did want to weigh in, though, as a 41-year resident of Aspen. It took me a few years to wise up and started guiding in 1996. So I've been sharing sports like snowshoeing, mountain biking, canoeing in the North Star Preserve for the past 28 years. I started canoeing back there about 20 years ago on my own. And back at that time, you'd see a few other boaters out there, kayakers, maybe a canoe or two, a couple inner tubes. And as we've seen with the explosion of e-biking, the SUP rage or sensation and trend has created significant impacts, in North Star, like e-biking has up Maroon Creek Road and the Rio Grande Trail. But can you hear me?
Yes,
can
we
you still
can.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Okay, great. I'm getting a little interference. I've seen the significant changes, as a user, and then for almost 10 years as a permitted outfitter. We do about 5 to 15 canoe trips a year back in North Star. I get 3 permits to do that. 2 through Pickens County, a general Pickens County permit, a special permit for North Star, and a 3rd permit through the Forest Service to be able to launch at Wildwood. There's a screening process and a quality control that goes with all those permits. And what that does is it enables a professional guided experience versus a private experience, many times unsafe, and many times ill-prepared. Causing people to go off their boards, to walk through the nature preserve, to walk through private land and trespass. And so I see the quality of the education aspect with the outfitters. I see the incredible safety element when the outfitters are with the guests, and I do want to revisit that aspect too. And also other elements of protecting the preserve versus when people are on their own and they're not really equipped to do it properly. Say they're renting stand-up paddle boards from one of the local businesses. So I see a lot of value there. I see that outfitters are not leaving cars there, 2 cars, in a lot of cases, like private users. I've seen the degradation of the nature preserve, however, and as a commercial outfitter, I would be all for restricting the number of trips per season for every outfitter. I also have grave concerns about people just being dumped off at Wildwood Beach and self-guiding. That is just a recipe for disaster, just like we're seeing with people renting e-bikes and trying to navigate up and down Maroon Creek Road. They're not able to do that safely. I have friends that work at Aspen Valley Hospital for 3 summers. They've been saying they've been seeing e-bike injuries, quote unquote, almost daily. Okay, so similar things are happening with people renting SUP. They're coming off the boards, they're almost drowning, they're scaring our wildlife. I've fished many of them out of the river and brought them in my canoe when I'm not guiding. I go back there a lot just on my own. I love that area. So my love for that area I'd sacrifice some business perhaps to try to lower the numbers of commercial users, restrict the numbers of all users. I know that's tricky on a state waterway when people have rights to do that. But I just wanted to weigh in as someone who's loved that area for over 20 years as a user, and again, almost 10 years as a permitted outfitter that shares what I love. None of it's about money for me, right? I moved here as a ski bum, all right? I established that early on. It was about more than that. It's about the love of the area and preserving it. On that note, I've adopted the highway east of Aspen. I'm the one who organizes trash crush, litter cleanups twice a year in the spring and fall, including my own section of highway that I've adopted along the nature preserve. So I'm out there literally cleaning it up on an ongoing basis, and then 2 times a year through Trash Crush, which Pitkin County also sponsors that event. So I try to give back for that privilege. I'm here to weigh in that I would like to see the numbers reduced. I want to share with my friend Karen Teague that the blue herons are still back there. They just moved from their home, and it was because of the music and the craziness I was seeing underneath their old rookery where they were nesting for years, and that finally just vacated that one spot. But they're still back there, but the wildlife is struggling. So that's about all I have. Again, I would be all for restricting all numbers, including commercial outfitting numbers, and I do not agree with people just being dumped off with a basic instruction at the beach and then allowed to navigate the river with no real skills or know-how. That's a recipe for disaster, and I think that's a low-hanging fruit that we should try to address.
Well, thank
and
you
I
so
really
much.
appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'll try to make the whole meeting next time, but I'm glad I caught at least part of it, and I really am grateful.
Thank you for your input. Anybody else in the room?
Thanks, guys.
Anybody else online?
Eric.
Nobody else? All right, we'll bring it back to the 2 boards for comments or questions.
Well, we have sort of a narrow issue today about, limiting the commercial users and stuff. There doesn't seem to be controversy about that. So I think that's an easy one to do, but that obviously doesn't get at the issues. And it's very complicated management issue with a lot of passion. Something that's interesting is that locals seem to be the problem. So hopefully locals can solve the problem. I think as boards, we do need to go back. Well, we're going to be looking comprehensively in 2025 at this. And it's obvious that we need to take a really deep dive into the whole thing. And part of that will be, as a number of people have said, getting the founding documents in front of the board so that we can read them and not have them interpreted by other people. We need to see those. We need to try to understand how we can set limits. Another thing that I'd sure like to try to get to the bottom of is how is the wildlife doing? And we get a little bit different versions of that. And that should be one of our really important indicators of how we manage. So maybe an independent look at that. I don't know if Tom could do that or something like that, but helping us as board members to understand the true wildlife situation is important. It's complicated and there is no easy answer. I kind of like Tom's comment about ratio of humans to wildlife, and maybe we could use that as kind of an overall matrix as to how much human impact, human improvement, and you know, open space has done a lot of rewilding, have spent a lot of effort doing that, and I think that needs to be recognized, and I don't think it's recognized enough. So anyway, I think I look forward to a really deep dive into this whole thing.
Thank you, Graham. Patty?
Yeah, I'm gonna be really quick because we do have a regular meeting, a work session moving on.
We're okay. We
Yeah.
can short our break.
So, but you know, I just want to remind people that 77%, is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, of the North Star Preserve is preserved. And I was part of that decision-making process in 1999, 2000. And it was a tough compromise to come to. And it was decided that everything to the river side, to the highway side of the river was to remain open for public with some restrictions, and everything on the other side of the river was to remain just for wildlife. No research, no people, putting heart monitors on bulls to see if the paraglider, and I'm not kidding you, this was suggested, the paragliders flying over to land Dick Jackson and his group. We went through hours and hours. Mick Ireland and I sat through hours and hours of meetings on that decision, and we were very clear on that would be a preserve on one side. As far as the documents, they were part of our earlier discussions. I just think they need to be recirculated again so that we can have clarity, and we can also, I think, ask for legal advice on what applies, what doesn't, and how it's being interpreted. But I want to thank staff for coming back, bringing us this information. Yeah, we always need to take a deeper dive. There's always more to learn out there. I don't think we have a problem with that. The other thing I think is, as far as doing capacity, we've been asking for capacity in this valley. What is the capacity, human capacity, carrying capacity of this valley? That's a really tough number to come to. So I think if we have to look at a broader definition of that term, what the capacity might be and how it is impacting or not impacting wildlife. And what is the natural trend of wildlife? Do moose necessarily get along with deer, on a small preserve, or the moose chasing the deer off, or, those are, I'm not the biologist, I'm not the diversity, as Tom is, but I think those are questions I think we've been put before us today. But we can't, as a board, make a decision here on what, because we're not in a regular meeting for the BOCC, but I think it'll be part of our upcoming discussion. So I want to thank the public for participating today.
Anybody else? Howie?
Well, a couple of thoughts. One specifically, Edgar's mention of our commitment to come up with a capacity number by December, a report on that issue. Since I was mentioned on that, my question back to Gary would be, where are we on being able to respond to that request? And then I have one other more general comment.
I'll go back to that meeting, but I guarantee you, I told you I'd look at visitor capacity and management, especially in terms of commercial use. So, I never promised a number because I know I've been doing this for 25 years. Coming up with a number is extremely difficult because it's either social or it's biological. And if the biological conditions so far are being met, you could then say that the number could be 10,000 higher. And so if you want to make a social number and stick with it, what we came up with was a commercial use reduction in amount of permits, which we are looking at. And if we stagger these commercial trip arrivals and work with the commercial operators, and some of them came here and spoke to you, and they're all willing to work with us. then we'll come up with better numbers for next year. We're also doing a much bigger visitor use study that you guys, both boards, funded, and that will dive deeper into, visitor use capacity. And I just don't think we're ever going to come to a number. However, if you want to do a permit system in the future, we need to be able to control the put-in. The Forest Service cannot just magically put a commercial cap in without doing a pretty large NEPA process. They've done large NEPA process to do the permit systems up at Conundrum, the 4-pass loop. So, you guys don't have to go through the same, lengthy review, and they don't have the capacity. They're dealing with the amount of work up at the pass, and Karen's here and she knows what the capacity is of the Forest Service. It's a really difficult thing to implement a number and just say and feel comfortable that's the number that's going to be the best number for everything. We tried it once at Jaffe Park, and what we found was it was much better to work with the public and work with the commercial users, because the number we picked, very few times we ever met it. And when we started working with the commercial operators, and you don't hear many complaints anymore about Jaffe Park. 20 years ago, 15 years ago, this same different group of people would be here screaming at you about Jaffe Park because it was a mess.
Well, fortunately, we had no screaming today.
No, I mean, but
very
like, yeah,
subtle.
but they would be saying the same things like limits, 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 and we ended up finding a way to work together without hitting a number cap. And it's, one of those things where we could really look at is after our visitor use study next year, we can really come together and go, what do we want to put into this bigger management plan? And do you guys want to continue with the land exchange? And so, because that gives you control over a permit system if you want to implement it. And it gives you control over parking. Parking is something that we do not control at Wildwood. It's the Forest Service. And they're examining parking, but right now they're most likely going, hey, we changed parking last year. Let's see what another year is. You do your management plan, and then we could come up with, better recommendations in a holistic review of all of it. So that's where I remember us getting to, and that's why today the biggest piece was the commercial piece of this, because we have control over that, and we came up with a pretty significant change.
Well, I appreciate that, and that's really the answer I was looking for, but I think it's beholden upon us to, when we make a commitment to the public, that we try to respond to it, identify that this is a commitment, and this is our response to it. It's a little awkward to have it brought back to us that we may not have we may not have carried out our obligations.
I don't think that we were specific enough.
What's that?
I recall that conversation, and I don't think we were specific enough about that request. We didn't ask Gary to come up with a number.
Yeah, I don't remember coming up with, I really don't. And so we can.
For me, it was implicit in our request, but that's not good enough. It needs to be better than implicit.
Well, and I can guarantee you I'm not going to be able to magically come up with a number, but what I will show you is with our changes that happen in 1 year, with the changes, what's the number now? Is the commercial use number down? Is public use up? And then we can kind of adjust, because I think if you want a number, you can make that number, and we can say that we will only allow, if we want to reduce that number, say we look at the numbers, we average them out and say no more than 7,500 people or no more than 6,500, and you make that cap your cap. And that is not a scientific number, because it's not going to be magically Carly and I coming up with 8,251 people. It'll be more of going, I want to see reduction. So here's a number for reduction. And let's do a commercial, let's do a public and a commercial program to keep it under that number and do not exceed it. And that's something that we can do. We could do it in a management plan, but I guarantee you we need to control the put-in to implement.
And I think it just leads to to put on as an agenda item perhaps a discussion about this point how we manage the definitions and expectations of the use of the word capacity, what it is and what it's not. I think there's not consensus perhaps on our board.
Yeah,
And
I agree. I think we could
Yeah.
postpone some of this conversation to
yeah.
a meeting that's just
Okay.
devoted to that conversation. And I think it would be in our best interest to do
Right,
that.
okay.
Just one quick thing. I want the public to know that I was with Kirk Baker. I had an outfitting company and I hired him and I was on the river back in those days, just so you all know. I had an outfitting company for quite a while. We were in the mountains and on the rivers and stuff, so that certainly doesn't influence my feelings about what we should do at North Star. But I just want people to know that. I just want you to know also that I sympathize with you about the increase of users because I live right near the parking lot on Prince Creek Road, which services the bike riding on the Crown. So I understand the changes that excessive use brings to your area. So, do we have further comments? Yes, Amy.
Yeah, I guess I'll kind of echo Graham's comment that, you know, our focus today is, our purview is a little bit, is more focused. You know, we're talking about commercial use versus the whole revamping of the management plan, which is coming in a couple years. I definitely appreciate everybody coming and giving their thoughts and comments, and that helps us, you know, inform us as to what some of the issues are and how we might kind of get the right documentation and information for that next step in a couple years. I think this interim update is very helpful, and I think it will also inform us as to the next step by trying to limit the commercial use a little bit. I guess I'm probably the opposite. I feel that the commercial entities, the outfitters, have actually helped inform the public that gets on the river and really get those people to be safer. We don't have as many cars out there now because we have people being dropped off. I know there's huge use up there and it has exploded, but I think that there's some benefit to those outfitters being on the water and being helpful out there. And I appreciate that we're, you know, now maybe trying to go to 5. It'll be interesting to see if there's pushback on those numbers. And I think the staggered start is really helpful to trying to push that into a different envelope of not as many backups on the put-in and the takeout. So I think there's also another piece to this. This is a longer river corridor than just the nature preserve. It's starting on Forest Service land that does not have a conservation easement on it. We're going through public property in between there, and then I think that the county is really trying to be a better steward overall for the whole stretch of river, and that it is very challenging, and that there's a lot of different thoughts about use, conservation, and how we can kind of control that. But I think we're making great strides with the biodiversity piece that we are trying to implement on those pieces of property, and really are trying to be good stewards of the land out there.
Thank you. Greg?
Yeah, thanks. I'll be quick. Try to be quick. When I see the video and I hear about people removing beaver dams, I feel a need to do more monitoring and more enforcement and prosecution. I think if there's some way that we can legally go after somebody who's pulling out a beaver dam, except perhaps in the instance where their house would be flooded and they have a property issue, somebody with more knowledge than me would have to sort that out. But I think if somebody's removing a beaver dam because it makes it easier for them to run the river, I'm against that, and I think that's a mechanism we can use to actually, you know, give this area back to the wildlife. Regarding capacity numbers, I do think we should be coming up with a target number, a baseline, social. Yes, it's a social number, and it may also be a biological number. And then we set a reduction target. I think that has to be done. As Gary said, you know, this is probably what would be next. I support that. When I heard that 1 permit drop off per hour per permittee put in, just even with a staggered start, I'd love to learn more about that because it just sounds like an awful lot of drop-offs. I don't even know if a permittee could do a drop-off every hour up there. Probably not. Yeah, James is confirming that. You probably couldn't even pull that off if you're educating your customers and you're picking them up and all that. It's probably not possible, so why is the number so low? Or why is it one per hour? Why can't it be one every 2 hours, for instance, to be more realistic? I'd like to explore the possibility of a public shuttle. As a river runner, kayaker, and paddleboarder up there, and an enjoyer of that place, I would love to be able to put my board on a shuttle and get a shuttle to the put-in, and maybe even get picked up at the bottom and taken back to wherever my car was. That may be really difficult, but we should look into it. Thanks.
Can I just answer Greg's?
Sure.
The beaver dam thing is one thing. No commercial outfitter is allowed to mess with any of the dams as part of their permit. And we do put a camera on the public beaver dams. Not the private beaver dams, we do not. That's private property, and we do not. But any public, if we catch a person removing a dam on public process, we will prosecute.
Thanks for that. Thanks for the clarification.
Michael?
A couple of things. One is there was a couple of references to the original purchase of this thing, just to fully acknowledge that this purchase would not have happened were it not for Joe Edwards. He was the primary driver for that.
Speak up a little bit, please, Michael, for
Yes,
the people
ma'am.
in the back of the room.
Yeah, Joe Edwards was the primary driver. This would not have happened without him being involved in this. I was on the board at the time. I'd like to hear at some point, maybe may or may not be today, the assertion on the part of some folks who spoke today that the conservation easement actually limits us to one commercial permit. I think that's objective. It either does or it doesn't. Another point is one simple solution would be to introduce a dozen moose to the property. With respect to the folks again speaking today, increasing users is not necessarily caused by increasing commercial companies. Because those graphs both go up doesn't mean that one causes the other. And I think there's some issues with commercial companies, but yeah. Some may regard the current number of users as okay. I don't, but I see some may think that. But the numbers will likely increase. I think that's a conservative thing to say. It's a virtual certainty. So consistent with what Greg said, I want to limit the number, informed by both biological and social factors. And I know you guys are going to hate that, but for you guys to offer some suggestions, which we then go for or not. I'd like to even maybe develop a permit system to implement when we have the authority to do so, which we don't now. More technical lines, I'd like to hear from you all about using upstream data consistent with what Tom said, and also consistent with what Karen said, D. Malone's baseline work. If that
We
work
use
can be
that.
done, you did.
We do use that.
Okay.
Yeah, we use everything that's been done on North Star, including NatureServe, you name it.
Got
we
it,
use all
understand.
that.
So then the question is whether upstream data is also useful.
So I think that would be another thing that we could discuss at another,
Yes,
at
yes.
another
So that'll
time.
be part of we can do that as part of the next management plan, because that will be a significant change, because are you trying to get to an untouched state, or you're trying to rewild a heavily impacted spot? So it's just, I don't want to discuss it all today, but it is a huge discussion to make, because if you want to get to a certain baseline back, it's a lot more work, and it's a different process, but future discussion.
Yeah. All right, well, we are an hour over our schedule. It's been a very worthwhile hour. Thank you, public, for coming in. I really appreciate it. I know we all do.
Steve
Takes a
did-
lot to come down here and wait a couple of hours to have your 3 minutes, and we really do appreciate it. If you had some facts you wanted to share with us or some more questions, please email us, and we will try to get back to you. But I do think we do have to
Steve.
make a decision. Oh, Steve, did you want to contribute something?
Yes, please. Thank you
Greg.
for seeing my hand at last. I think that we need to start limiting the number of people going in there. It seems like the private users are the ones with the highest numbers that has increased the most. The commercial use has been fairly steady looking at the graph. And the only way I can see to limit the private use would be a permit system. And I think I would put a quota on it too, that somebody might only be
Not
allowed
now.
to go in there once a month
We know that.
or once a summer. I've been on the river there perhaps twice ever, and I cherish those couple of trips I took down there because they were so special, and I will remember them always. And I hope to do another couple of trips over the years. If people need to use this for their every day getting on the river, they could go down to Heron Park and splash around in the water there. They don't have to go to North Star.
With the kids
Get
all
in
playing in it.
water and cool off. I think we should put more emphasis on the nature preserve aspect of this property and less on the public recreation part of it, because there are other parts of the river where people can go in that they don't have to be, upsetting the nature preserve. I would invite Open Space and Trails and maybe Tom Cardamone and others to look at a couple of other wetlands in the Roaring Fork Valley. One specific one I'm thinking of is where Capitol Creek and Fall Creek intersect up in the wilderness area on Capitol Creek. And it has a lot of characteristics of North Star Preserve without having ever been cleared for hayfield production like this land was. It's just a braided river section of many beaver ponds, lots of willow bushes, probably a lot of alders. I've never actually gone into the land there. It is so inhospitable to humans going in there. It's totally just for the animals in a wetland. And I think we could study a place like that and then compare it to and project what perhaps North Star Preserve could become, or portions of it could become. And it would be worth doing that kind of a study of some other lands around in our neighborhood. So, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Steve. Sorry I didn't see your hand. It's a tiny little line on the top of the screen. So do you need a thumbs up from us on 5 operators?
Yeah, do you take the direction that we give you, or?
Yeah, okay. Let's see either thumbs up or whatever.
Well,
you
just,
guys
it's
want
a
to
head
do.
nod. I mean,
Yeah.
unless somebody has a significant issue with where we're going, this is all allowed in the management plan.
I think it comes, that decision, I should.
Kelly has her hand up.
Thank you.
I can't make a decision here.
Well, I would just say I recognize the timing for you all to get out an RFP and make a decision for operators that have to start to plan in the spring. So I'm torn here, but I will support this as an interim decision, which has to accompany some significant dedication to revisiting this, I think, in a joint session to brainstorm how we balance all of these needs, which I don't think any of us think are doing successfully. And, for me, I'm torn because some of my favorite moments in this valley are on a paddleboard with my children, looking through a birding book and watching the fish and seeing the beavers up close. And to me, I believe that I'm cultivating the new stewards of the environment for the next generation. My kids are 4 and 6. And so I am committed to protecting those opportunities. But I almost wonder sometimes if when I see the intensity of use and the people drinking and the pileups of people getting out at the end, is that how much of what they've just experienced is being unraveled or perhaps tainted by the intensities of use? 10,000 users sounds like a lot. Over 120 days, over 10 hours a day, that's about 8 users an hour. Is that a lot? That might be too much. Maybe not. I don't think we've honed in on that, but I do think it's the question that's being posed to us today. And we've developed strategies and other management plans on how to sort that out. That's exactly what we tackled with Maroon Bells. How do we spread out the use that continues to cultivate access while providing a better balance than what we're achieving now? So I want to be pragmatic here, so I'll recognize this. I did just forward to Gary to go to the Open Space Board the documents that Elizabeth Boyle sent to us in May, where I do think the original management plan in 2001 says one commercial operator. And I do think the conservation easement that adopted that plan says no amendments can increase intensity. So, there's been multiple boards between now and then that have led from that decision to this decision. And so maybe we do need to wrestle that as a current board. But I'd love for us to really commit in the, next half of the year, if we can fit that time in for an intensive conversation on this, because we do love this and consider it a treasure. Thank you.
I think we have to find the time. Patty?
Yeah, I'm concerned about process.
Right.
Somebody's got to come back to the BOCC formally. We can't just give you a decision today in a work session. I just want to make sure we're following the rules that we're supposed to follow, so it doesn't come back and cause issues in the future.
We're just giving them direction.
Yeah, but they're going to have to amend the management plan or something. No, we can just say 5 years.
Not with this. If we want to do limits and all this other stuff, we can't do a permit system right now. There's just no way, shape, or form.
I'm not going there. I'm just going with the things you've brought forward with us today. If we
do not need a management. The things that are in here now are, that's why we put the little things in the black pieces.
Right.
They're part of the original management plan. If you wanted, some of the biggest changes that you have are what we're doing the visitor use study for next year, so we can come back with a huge discussion with the public and the boards to change the management plan in 2025. So you remember next year's 2024. We'll put these into place
Right.
for 2024, but then we're going to have a big, huge discussion.
My question is, does our current management plan from 2020 say we can stagger trips and cap commercial at 5?
Yes.
Okay, just
Because
want
it
to
allows
clarify
us
that.
to tweak the commercial use regulations on an annual basis.
That's what I want to know, to make sure that the existing management plan allows us to do these tweaks without having to
Yes.
go through a formal process.
Right.
Want to make sure we do it right the first time around and don't have to come back and do it right after we've done it wrong.
Correct. That's why we're not doing huge wholesale changes. And we just, we're at a point where this is an update, and this is really, if you guys didn't direct this, we would just potentially do a lot of this because we're implementing management plans, through the 5 years. And then when we do the big management plan is when we have a huge discussion with the public, all the boards, and we come up with, maybe we get to a use capacity number if we have the ability to do that. Maybe we look at
Okay,
the
just
things.
to try and
So-
keep it, I just want to make sure that what we're
Yes,
doing
but
today
you're
follows the
keeping-
rules, and the public needs to know the BOCC cannot make formal decisions in a work session environment.
All
It has to be
right.
at a regular meeting.
Yes.
Would you guys like to look for a motion to adjourn your part of our meeting?
Sure.
So, don't we need to recommend to you all what we feel about what we've heard today?
No, I don't think so. I think we just have to tell Gary that we're okay with what he's proposed in terms of the operator permits at 5, because nothing else is a change, really.
So I would say yes to that, except the consideration with regard to the conservation easement. If the
We
conservation easement prohibits, then I'd say no.
It does not, because our attorneys and AVLT attorneys have reviewed this. We can get you a legal opinion about it at a future meeting. AVLT's here. We've been working with them since 2015 on all of this. And this is a legal issue, and
I
we
agree.
can get a legal opinion to you. And so you guys are up. So that's not part of the conversation today.
Right. So does anybody object to this?
Yes.
So summarize this now.
Go ahead.
The summary is, this was an update, and we're going to roll out with this in 2024.
And are you asking us as the board to recommend to the BOCC?
No, I am only seeing if you get a head nod to do this, because this is just part of normal management plan implementation.
Thank you,
So
John.
maybe I can help just a second, because I think we're getting confused between your legislative and administrative function. And I think what Gary is trying to say is that there's a management plan that is adopted that has some discretion in implementation. Staff is here seeking administrative direction on implementing that plan according to these recommendations. A lot of what has been discussed here today would require a management plan change, which would be a legislative function, which would have to go through a public process. And Patty, I think that is a concern, if I understood correctly.
Just wanted to clarify for the
You're
public
raising,
and
and
for the
so
board.
that discretion exists. We can keep things as they are, or we can change this, and this is your opportunity to give administrative direction, which does not require a formal vote.
Thank you, that's
So is there
simplified.
anybody opposed to giving administrative direction to open space and trails to limit the number of operators to 5?
Yes.
You're opposed or
I've
you're
been-
commenting?
I'd love to comment because I'm still too confused. I don't want to, if there's a legal argument, which it sounds like Gary says there isn't, and the lawyers have said we can change it, yet we have a public saying, pointing to the original documents. I'm not thoroughly educated on that yet to be able to give you the go-ahead.
Probably need to say the language of the CE.
We'd need to see it and study it. And
Well,
I
let
have
me,
it right here.
you know what?
We can't-
Can you,
We've heard that
we
from
can
legal
get you a
counsel
legal
before.
opinion from your attorney on this, which they have already directed us that we are fine. Somebody else might disagree, that's why we have lawyers out there to do this, but I can get you a legal opinion that we are fine on this. So if you said go with this, our legal office feels fine.
Where
And-
and how has that been made public?
Sorry. Okay, so Greg, you don't want to make a decision yet. Amy?
I just want to say, I think we're here today in part because of the public and because all of you have come to us previously and voiced your concerns. And so we took those concerns and we said, gosh, okay, there's too much use out there. What is a way that we can look at that in the interim between our management plan updates and try and help ameliorate the situation? So that was brought up to us. This was an avenue that we could take, a small avenue, I understand, but an avenue that we could take to help hopefully ameliorate some of your concerns. I know it's not all, but in the interim between updates. And so that's why we are here today, is because to say, we've listened to your concerns in the interim between the big, huge public sessions. This is an opportunity for us to attempt to manage a piece of those, and it's targeting the commercial use. And we will get to the rest of perhaps the legalese and the additional concerns of whether it's the biodiversity or the percentage or things like that in our next update in essence like a year and a half. That's, I guess, just maybe a
Perfect
clarification.
example of where we're at.
Is there anybody else who wants to abstain from okaying this at this point? Okay. I think
Cool.
you have
We got our
direction from
direction.
both boards to proceed with this
Thank you.
small management
That was perfect.
adjustment.
Adaptation.
Thank you so much, Open Space and Trails. So somebody want to join Open Space and Trails, or adjourn, I mean?
Move we approve. That we adjourn.
It's Tuesday, it's not really, can you just go?
To talk amongst ourselves.
Do we have to do anything official?
We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Sort of
We're taking a break.
blindsided about some of the
Andorra
other
will be back in
related
10
issues that
minutes.
kept coming up.
Welcome back to a work session of the Pitkin County Board of Commissioners on Tuesday, December 5th. We have just finished a joint meeting with Open Space and Trails, and we are going to talk about the mill levy. And
All
John's going to
right.
introduce that for us.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, we're supposed to talk about it.
Oh, whoops, and of course I'm at the end of a presentation, not the
demo.
beginning.
You gave away the cartoon.
I know, I gave
we're
away a
done.
cartoon. I was optimistic, I think, about getting done early. So we obviously have some time to make up, and I think we will hopefully be able to do that. We do have a number of items that we want to brief the board on today. And both for the board and for the public, we just want to go over real quickly again how property taxes are calculated, because during the special session, a lot changed with some of the factors that go into that property tax calculation that are going to affect our conversation today. And so we'll be talking about that special session. Make sure the board has an overview of 2022. And remember, it's a year in the rears. So in 2024, we'll be collecting 2023 property taxes. In 2023, we collected 2022. So we'll be kind of talking about 2022 and using that as a base for what happens next year. We'll talk briefly about our mill levies, and then touch quickly on our property tax relief program, and then we will seek direction. It will not actually be on mill levies, though. It's going to be more towards budget, and I'll get into that in just a second. So just a real quick reminder of how property taxes are calculated. First, we have the actual value, which is really the market value. That is the job of the assessor to make that determination within requirements of state statute and rules. That actual value is multiplied by an assessment rate, and there are multiple assessment rates in the state for different classifications of property. So there's residential properties, there's commercial properties, there's a separate assessment rate for energy producing projects, assessment rates for commercial. And as you'll see on an upcoming slide, that is one of the moving parts that came out of the special session, was a change in the residential assessment rate. So that is something that just changed on us. And so we do not have the next part of the equation, which is assessed values, because you multiply those various assessment rates for the different classifications of property by the market rate to get your assessed value. That's then multiplied by a mill levy, which we also cannot calculate because we do not have the assessment rate or the assessed value at this point. To get your final property tax rate. And the reason that there is, I'll try and minimize this here. The reason that there is this change right now is there is a special session called Senate Bill 23B001, Property Tax Relief, did a couple of things. One, it lowered the property tax assessment rate for single-family and multifamily residential properties from 6.765% to 6.7%. The other thing it did is it also reduces the market value determined through the assessor's office by $55,000 per property for the upcoming tax year. It also made adjustments to the calendar, which are impacting us now, and why our conversation is a little bit difficult.
Sorry, the $55,000 value adjustment is to the, did you say market value?
Market value,
Okay,
yeah, not the assessed value.
Assessed value.
So the market value would be reduced by $55,000. So going back here, the actual value would be reduced by $55,000 and then multiplied by the assessment rate.
Great, thanks.
That doesn't apply to commercial.
That doesn't apply to commercial or any other classifications of property other than residential. So it used to be that you'd get your final certification of values on December 10th, conveniently before December 15th, when your budget is supposed to be adopted, and you certify mill levies. You'd have a good sense of what you're doing there. What you can see is that has flipped, that we still have to adopt a budget by December 15th. But our final certification of values is now January 3rd after. And taxing entities certify mill levies now January 10th after the budget has been adopted. And then everything else gets pushed back really by to January 17th for the treasurer certification, and then the tax rolls come in January 24th. As a practical matter, we are unable to calculate the mill levies as a result, because we will not have our certified values until January. We are still moving ahead with adoption of the budget because we have a statutory deadline to do that by December 15th. We will do that on December 12th. So we cannot speak specifically to mill levy or mill levy credits. However, we can speak to what budget needs to be funded. And for the county, that fortunately makes sense because, as I'm about to explain, most of our funds are already limited by Tabor and will already have mill levy credits. There are two exceptions that we'll talk about. Real quick, though, it's a little bit busy, which is why I gave you a printout. I was going to go over each one of these line items in detail, but luckily we don't have time to do that. No.
It's
Yeah.
intimidating to think
So,
that that many special
big picture. These are the districts within the county. In 2022, collected this year, we anticipated $158,715,973. You can see how that is broken out amongst various districts here. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about that.
Could you tell me where that number came from? I don't know where you are. Oh,
It's
down here
it's
at
at the bottom. Yeah.
That's the 2022 property taxes.
That were collected in 2023. Yeah.
Okay.
So of that, you can see, the county general fund is 8.8 million, road and bridge is 690,000, 239,000, healthy community funds 3.7, TV translators just over $1 million, and open space is 13.8 million. The county also, you sit as the board of the Aspen Ambulance District, and I probably should have circled two others. You have the Redstone Ranch Acres Special Public Improvement District. I did not include that in any of your numbers because it affects about 26 taxpayers. It's not countywide. And you also have the library.
And they just pass right through anyway to those funds.
Correct. So 6 mill levies, the general fund, road and bridge, human services, translator, library, and healthy community fund are restricted in growth either by Tabor or the statutory 5.5%. 2 mill levies controlled by this board are not. They're fixed, and that is the ambulance mill levy and the open space and trails mill levy. And so that's going to be important. I'm going to come back to that point because really the two mill levies that the board, you do not have a choice other than to give a temporary mill levy credit and this type of increase of assessed value for 6 of your 8 funds. They'll grow at a maximum of 5.5%. The other two.
So if we were comparing apples to apples, they would be getting a 95% reduction.
What?
I did not do that math, but yeah.
Just want to be
Yeah.
optimistic.
So, but because of the increase in values, the reduction from 6.75 to 6.5 as our tax rate from the whatever.
I did some math for you on the next slide.
Okay,
on that.
great.
Yep. So what you can see, if we use our 2022 mill levies, right, for $1 million of market value at our current assessment rate of 6.765%, you would collect $162,000 into the general, or $162 is what would be paid into the general fund, just under $20 into TV translator, so on and so forth. When you apply the 6.7% market rate, you can see the effects per $1 million of value. About $1 in the general fund. For all of the county mill levies, it's about $6.
And we're supposed to congratulate the state legislature for saving people
Well,
$1 for every $1 million of value.
There's an additional savings, and so then you have the addition of the $55,000, which brings it down another, just under $9 for the general fund, so another $33, right? When you apply, just carrying that math forward, that combined math forward for 1 million, 5 million, and $10 million in value. And the reason I thought this was important is for you to understand the order of magnitude that we're really dealing with in an overall tax bill as you're making these decisions.
Meaning a lack of magnitude.
There's not a whole lot of,
Yeah.
Now, this doesn't take into account that somebody's property may have been valued at $1 million last year and maybe has gone up to 1.8 million or 1.5 or what have you.
Minus 55,000.
Yours minus 55,000, correct. So again, just some more context setting. When you're looking, this is based on total property tax collections by entity. I have to say that this doesn't necessarily reflect an individual's circumstance because there's so many taxing entities that overlap. Effective mill levies in 2022 ranged anywhere from around 34 mills, depending on where you were geographically, to over 100 mills. And so what percentage the county is when you're in 100 mills versus 30 mills is going to change significantly. So this is the percentage of collections of total property tax dollars in the county. So you can see our general fund, unfortunately, I could not get it to put decimal points into the chart for some reason. I need, did it on these two, but general fund is roughly 6% of total property tax collections in the county. Open space is just under 9%, right? When you look at our social services, our road and bridge, it's 0.44%, social services 0.15%. So you kind of get an idea where we are in the total. Of the total collected, yeah. So Aspen School District is roughly 20%. Colorado Mountain College is roughly 10%. Roaring Fork is 7%, and that's of total collected. That's because most of the district is not in Pickens County. It's in Eagle and Garfield counties.
So Roaring Fork is what, how much?
7%. But remember, we only have a small portion of the district in our county.
Right.
That doesn't count Eagle and Garfield. And then the special districts and the library and Aspen Ambulance and Redstone are all in that 37%. But just kind of gives you an idea when we're talking about the relative increases that may come out of a open space program or ambulance, where we fit in the total pie. Is that?
Yeah, and I just want to understand, so this is This is, you've applied this to the real life example of last year.
Last year,
Right,
correct.
so this isn't taking into account what the assessment increase does.
Not
to
at all.
these
This is all 2022 property tax collections, because those are the only real numbers we have
Sure,
at
no,
this point.
I get that,
Yeah.
right. That's fine, it's just people who might have been in the $1 million market value column when this was calculated may now be in the next column.
That's correct.
Okay.
Like Brush Creek.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
3 times as much.
Absolutely, yeah. So this is just applying the 2022 mill levies, and so you are absolutely right, Kelly. If somebody's property went up, now what we know is going to happen, which is coming up, is two things. One, we are looking, and this is another program that we're going to have to wait until we have the assessed values and the districts have time to see where they're really at. We're hoping to be able to bring, I think, more details at this point, but you know, we are still planning on bringing forward property tax relief program. You know, income eligibility between 400 and 500 of federal poverty, and I know you're going to ask me what that is, so that's the next slide. And what we're looking at right now, and this is the factor that could change, is a refund of difference in taxes paid in 2023 versus 2024 up to $2,000. Well, depending on what's really happening with assessed values and now what's happening with mill levies, we may be able to adjust that number depending on budget and what we think the actual impact is going to be. When we originally designed this, it was when we were hearing from the assessor's office that values had gone up in the neighborhood of 80 to 85%. When we went through the appeals process, we know that that value dropped down to around about 56% increase. And now we've got what's happening with Senate Bill B001, which will change that down a little bit again. And so we're going to keep looking at this. We do have $200,000 in this budget. I know Aspen Valley Hospital has expressed interest in participating. We haven't had commitments anywhere else just yet.
How many units are in Picken County residential?
Residential units?
Yeah.
How many units what?
How many residential units do we have in the county?
I forget. I know this number's been bandied about with ComDev and stuff.
Yeah. So, and the number that we probably really need to hone in on is we know that we would target this to residents, and so we know that roughly about 42. We don't know.
I
the
was
exact
thinking
answer
I was
to
just
that.
trying to ballpark what the reduction at 55,000
Oh, I'm
would
sorry.
be.
Yeah.
You know, just to sort of figure out from that 56%, just rough math. I don't need to divert our attention. That's
I'm
okay.
sorry. Yeah, I can't. I've
Okay.
looked at that number like 100
know,
times,
I
and I
know.
can't remember it off the top right
Oh,
now.
good.
So John, this is Picken County proposals, not state mandate, this page. That
Totally.
page you just had up
This
there.
is all ours, and we'll
Okay.
probably be one of the few counties doing something like this. Yeah. Federal poverty levels, just so you can see, I know this has come up as a question. When we're targeting 400 to 500% of federal poverty, for one person, that's between $58,000 and $72,000 of annual income. Family of four, you're between 120 and 150. So you're getting into some of those more professional realm type of positions, depending.
Depending on how many people you have in your family.
Depending on how many people you have in your family, yeah. So, and I'm just going to keep going through because I know, I think we're supposed to be done now.
No,
So,
we have time.
Do what we have to do.
real quick, this is reiterating what I've already said, but just to kind of put a finer point on it. General fund, you can see the mill levy. That is a reduction. I believe our mill levy maximum mill levy is 3.2
I think it's 3.1.
For what?
for the general fund.
Yeah,
And
I'm
so
not
you can
sure
see we've already given temporary mill levy credits historically to get us down to 2.4. we will be doing that again because we're capped at 5.5. And so once we have that assessed value, for example, if the assessed value is up 50%, then we're going to be giving a temporary mill levy credit to get us down to a 5.5% increase.
John, for general fund, road and bridge, and human services together, because they
Yes.
are kind of a unit, the total mill levy is 3.37.
3.37. And so if you add up the general fund, road and bridge, and human services, and subtract that from the 3.37, you'll have what our current temporary, and maybe Connie's going to do that for me because I can't do it off the top here.
See.
But what you can see while you're doing that, go ahead, Connie.
No, go ahead.
Okay, is we have these 6 mill levies that are going to be limited to the 5.5% increase, and that is what is currently built into our budget as an assumption that we presented to you, is that we'll collect on that 5.5%. It's below the rate of inflation that we experienced this year, so it's actually a little bit of a loss.
So we're going to go down to about 2% of the general fund, something like that.
Probably something along those lines.
You mean the mill?
I mean the mill.
Yeah.
We'll know that when we have our final, but yes, we will be giving an additional, and I really want the public to hear this, for the majority, super majority of our funds, we will be giving a temporary mill levy credit, and those revenues will not grow in excess of 5.5%.
We're obligated to do that.
We're obligated to do that, absolutely. But I don't think the public has understood that in this conversation. The two where we have more discretion, really three, is the Redstone Acres, which affects approximately the 26 property owners. They are looking to collect their full mill levy, but that just affects those property owners, and it's spent specifically on their infrastructure. So we haven't included that as part of your broader decision making. Open space and trails and Aspen ambulance are the next two. And I have open space and trails here, which I think we'll tackle first and then come back to ambulance. I think that's a little easier. So what we really need to talk about is what is an appropriate amount of revenue to collect into the open space and trails program in consideration of what could be coming up in terms of acquisitions. I think we have a good handle right now on maintenance and our programming and those sorts of things in the budget. What has been presented to the board so far in the budget is roughly $20 million.
$20,757,000. So 20.7 million.
And that is roughly about a 50% increase. The logic behind that right now is that the open space and trails mill levy is substantially used to acquire property. It's not all it's used for, but substantive amount is really for acquisitions. One of the arguments or rationales for debrucing the property tax in open space and trails, and we haven't done it in so many of our other funds, is that if market values are going up, we need the revenues to go up some level to match that in order to keep up with acquisitions.
Right.
That, of course, has to be balanced, right, against the impact on taxpayers, and that's the challenge. We anticipate that even though we are recommending some fairly large increases to maintain acquisition capacity in open space and trails, there will still be a temporary mill levy reduction likely coming. We can't tell you what it is yet because we don't have the assessed value. It would be smaller than what we're seeing in our other funds, of course, but there would still be a temporary mill levy credit, just not as aggressive, substantially less aggressive than the 5.5 that you're seeing.
If we accept the recommendation.
If you accept the recommendation, yeah. And if you roll down that revenue number, then the temporary mill levy credit will go up when we're able to calculate that. Our acquisition capacity will go down, you know, and that's the balance point that we're going to be asking for some guidance on. What is built into the budget right now is the exact number that Connie gave you that I can't recall right now.
20.7 million.
So that's
That's not the full.
That's
the
7
50%.
million more than 2022.
Yes, it's about 7 million more than 2022, but it is not the full mill levy.
And I did that math for you here a little bit in terms of, you know, what does that increased capacity look like at 5.5, like the other funds? What does it look like at 15, 35, 50?
What did the 15, 35, and 50 mean? In
They're-
the actual income from the taxes, the revenues.
Correct. From 2022 collections.
Okay.
What
And
would
this is
100%?
empirical, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I interrupted.
This is empirical, this is based on what we think we need to match the market and going backwards into the mill levy from that, correct?
So, of course, the board is privy to negotiations that aren't subject right now to public discussion until we bring them forward, bring forward a contract. And so we do have some potential large purchases that could be coming forward. And so some of those we have, we believe, covered within existing fund balance. And that fund balance was maintained, I think, largely due to the voters approving a bond that we're able to make other acquisitions on right now. And then going forward, we're negotiating, of course, on some other potential large purchases that have been long-term goals of the county. And so we're trying to balance the need to provide property tax relief at some level with being able to have enough funding to accomplish those acquisitions if they become a reality. Right now, staff has targeted that closer to that 50% number in order to keep enough fund balance in play. It used to be that the general fund would be able to cover, some amount of an acquisition, but the acquisitions we're talking about are of a scale that the general fund cannot cash flow these purchases for open space.
Do you have any information? Go ahead, it's your turn, go ahead.
Oh, I guess I wondered, so would we assume that 100% increase would be 14 million? Is that how the math in the chart looks?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
how it works.
And then I'd just be curious, what percentage of the budget does that make open space instead of 9?
Of the
This is
overall.
only 50% increase is 50% in value increase.
Mhm.
So they, right now, what Connie said was 56% was going to be kind of where it's at,
Mm-hmm.
give or take a little bit. So
What's that? What's that?
That's what it's gonna
Assessed
be.
value.
Yeah, that's the assessed value.
Okay.
Increase. So we put in the budget, both of your budgets, your budget and the open space board budget was understanding
Okay.
that you would want some type of temporary mill levy credit. We did it about 50%. So if you wanted to, you can't increase it to 100% because 100% is not the value
Oh, I
increase.
see. So the
That's
mill
what I
levy
think
credit
about.
reduction is actually just this, we're playing between
6%.
6%.
Right.
Okay.
Correct, yeah, and we can't calculate that.
No,
just yet
that's
'cause we have-
okay.
yeah.
The way that I was thinking of
I
this,
know, also
it was a
that's why I wanted to
proposal of a
jump in.
mill levy credit chopped in half.
Oh, I
The
apologize.
mill levy's chopped in
Yeah.
half,
Yeah,
and
right.
that's the credit.
No.
So
Okay.
I have a question. Do we know how this would translate to like $1 million in assessed value? What's gonna happen to the taxpayer, in other words, if we go
Well,
up 50%
so
OST?
the math is still the same back here, but what you would do is, let's say this $1 million property goes up to 1.5 million, then the impact on that property owner is going to be, an additional 50% on that $237, right?
But that's assuming that that's what it would be with the 50% increase?
Mm-hmm, correct.
Oh. That's all?
Yes. So it'd be
Okay.
$118 a year
More.
per $1 million of value.
Right.
Yeah. So, and that's why
That's with
the
the full-
percentages sound big, but it's a smaller slice of the pie.
But that's also with the full mill levy, because that right there shows the full mill levy being taken.
You are correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Of
That's
3.75.
Yep.
What's the current, but I
But
thought
but the
current
math
mill
still
levy was low.
works. If the tax is going up 50, think about it in terms of percentages, not mill levy. So if the property tax revenue is going up 50%, whatever the mill needs to be to produce that, then the impact on $1 million of value is $118 a
But
year.
will the mill levy go down
On top of
because the assessed
237,
value's
so
gone
now
up
their
so
new
much?
bill is,
Correct,
what,
on
100?
top of
Right.
237.
$350.
But will the mill levy then go down because the assessed value's gone up so much?
Correct.
So it'll still show that the mill levy went down, so.
Small amount at the 50%.
Right, but still, that's a good thing
Mhm.
to show a reduced mill levy. I mean, in terms of the public. and-
We will not have a fund, I believe, under our current budget that does not show a temporary mill levy
Right.
reduction.
Except for Redstone.
Except for Redstone. I keep forgetting about Redstone.
And they need
Thanks.
all that money to fix that
Yeah.
neighborhood.
They
They
don't-
made that decision that
Yeah.
they wanted to keep it.
And they don't bring in a huge amount of property tax.
Right.
But we'll send Josie out to talk to them.
This
You
is
should
my
go visit.
favorite math problem, John.
There
from
are
algebra.
there are
It's
actually
my favorite. I
other
like to draw pictures on the board of the trains leaving, Chicago over here.
there are actually other funds where we won't show a credit, but that's because the general fund, road and bridge, and human services are all combined.
Right.
And so
Right.
it ends up showing the credit in the general fund rather than in each and every fund.
Okay.
Well, and also the Healthy Community Fund, where we actually set the calculation to be the same as TABOR, so we would never actually take a credit, we just calculate it to never be more than the 5.5 or whatever it is. Just-
Oh, okay.
But they're only increasing 5.5%,
Yes,
not 50 or
right.
56.
And so the reduction on the 55,000 off of the actual value and the change in assessment rate will have no impact on any of people of the taxes collected on from the general fund or anything, because that's always just going to be 5.5.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. So no matter how much value you increased in your home.
Correct.
Our
No matter
budget is
how
only
much
going
the
up
state
5.5%.
legislature tries
Yeah.
to reduce it, it
Yeah.
doesn't change.
Right.
But when I tell people that, they don't really believe me. I've been telling people that since our values came out, and they just don't believe me. They said, well, Garfield County, I got mine from Garfield County, and my taxes went up twice as much. And I was like, well, I'm not in Garfield County.
That's because Garfield gives an estimate ahead of time and
That
had not taken the mill
freaked
levy
people out.
credits. Yeah.
Wait till they
Freak
get the
people out.
real tax bill from Garfield County.
Hopefully it'll be less.
And so, what we're really looking for here is the real discussion is how much do we want to keep, do we want to keep our budget as it is now? Does the board want to make some incremental adjustments back on that revenue? What's that balance point that we want to hit? If you did it at 40%, right, that would bring it down right
Just talking
around $1
about
million.
OST right now.
What's
Just
that?
talking about OST, right?
Just on OST,
Okay.
yeah. That'd bring it down about $1 million. It'd make a few dollars difference per $1 million of value.
Okay, you looking for direction?
Yeah, I got nothing more for you.
I'm looking to you guys. Yeah, Kelly.
Yeah, I thank you for clarifying. I was ready to argue against a chop off the mill levy of half for OST because, this is a program that just has such broad and strong community support, and I would be very nervous if we were setting ourselves up to forego incredible, important opportunities because of this moment. And, you know, I think that we're trying to fairly balance a recognition that this program in particular is directly influenced by the property values that have increased in our community, and that we do need to be able to preserve land at those prices in a very expensive environment. And so I appreciate the recommendation from the Open Space Board to provide some relief while maintaining a strong position for this program, which I think is just widely supported. So I'm good with it.
I concur with Kelly, and I think that if we don't take advantage of the opportunity to acquire pieces of property as they become available, the opportunity passes by and it's irretrievable. Lost land never comes back, and so I support the recommendation of OST. Patty?
Yeah, it's not that I don't support the OST recommendation. I just think it's important for the community because Kelly's points are well made. The school district's going to make those same points, but they're not, from what I'm hearing, they're not going to be considering doing anything to reduce. At least we do have some process to reduce minimally, but something. I mean, we could be collecting a heck of a lot more money if we chose just to, and we were choosing not to do that. So we're trying to be as fair as we can. And I hope that the other districts that do have a great impact on taxpayer dollars and collection will take that into consideration. We're not asking them to chop off their heads despite their noses, despite their faces. We're just saying there's something that can be done in this next 1 to 2 year interim to help reduce some of the property tax burden.
I can just say I'm grateful that we're seeing districts having this conversation and offering credits. Looking at the property value inflation across the board, it does make open space's job much harder and much more expensive. And as a huge supporter of open space and knowing, as Kelly says, that the citizens of the county really do support it, I do support the increase as it's been identified. But I also want to say I'm also really grateful that there actually is a tax credit in every department. And I think that, you know, this is the circumstance where I'm happy to stay with it, and I'm talking about the 50%. So we have a 6% decrease in that particular part of our revenue. And I'm interested to hear what you have on the ambulance district.
And I'm realizing I must have deleted this slide, but I think it's a simple discussion because
Can I make one quick comment before you do that? I want to hear it, but I just want to go back to what Patty said about the school district. I just want to point out that the school districts have been underfunded in Colorado for a really long time. So I think the fact that they're probably going to take all of their increase is well deserved after all these years of being pretty much shafted by voters of this
Well, I
state.
think in our school district up here, they have had significant tax increases the voters have approved. And that's another factor. The voters have approved these increases on their own volition. And it's just compounded this year. But I think just an effort to be made rather than that bad headline in the newspaper about
That was
milking,
pretty bad.
That did not shed good light. So I just think that point needs to be made, that we are looking at what we can do fairly across the board with the Pickens County tax districts.
Can I just add that, you know, I think that the way I see it is that at some point they're all going to have to go back to the voters for an increase. And when they're reminded that they took the entire windfall when they could, probably isn't going to help them if they're trying to raise taxes again down the road. So I think it's good that the county is offering credits across the board.
But to go back, when you do a temporary tax credit, you don't have to go back to the voters to go back to the previous.
That's correct. Yeah, and so
Just making sure.
as mill levy or if assessed values were to drop in the future, and we'll have to redo this calculation after this year, but they would have to drop a lot right now with all the temporary mill levy credits that we've been
Yeah, and I
getting
thought
over the years.
the special session gave reprieve for this year on doing like legal clarity to everyone about that.
Because of the
So there,
chamber language.
yeah, counties, including Pickens County, Mesa County did it too for a long time. I don't know if Garfield did, Ann, but entities have been giving temporary mill levy credits for a long time, probably since '92, actually, when Tabor came in. But it was not necessarily tested in court, and there were a lot of entities, to your point, Kelly, that weren't willing to take the risk to do that. And so the legislature did provide clarification this year that really does allow temporary mill levy credits. And I can't remember if that went through the interrogatory process, but I know it has not been.
Is that what the backfill was about in terms of, that was different? Don't go there.
Backfill,
It's
yeah,
okay.
we'll
It's okay.
come back. We're going to brief you all. There's more that happened. I just wanted to pull out the really relevant parts.
Okay, yeah.
Ambulance district, just real quick. When we approved that mill levy, it was to fund a specific set of work plans and equipment replacements and basically filling revenue gaps. And so when we originally put that work plan together, it was in a different environment, right, than we're in now. And we had anticipated that the property tax would need to go up by 20%. That's where the 1.1 mil came from. What we did not anticipate, I think is fair to say, and many did not, is the inflationary period that we got into, as well as some of the insurance reimbursement issues that I continue to run into. Those things combined, the ambulance district budget that was presented and with the hospital revenues, actually same scope of work plan, it requires a 26% increase to fund. So not changing the work plan, not changing what we talked to the voters about funding with that tax. It's just that two factors, I think, inflation and reimbursements have just changed over that time. And so what we'd suggest is what we have in there is the mill levy covering those issues. So we went to voters and said the mill levy would cover, and then giving a temporary mill levy credit to whatever that mill levy is going to be. That will likely be, you know, if assessed values are up 50%, that'll be like a 24% reduction.
So we're keeping
mill
within
levy
the voter
credit.
language.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's what's built into the budget
Ballot.
for you right now on the ambulance
Okay.
district.
Any other questions? Thanks, John. That was a great explanation.
All right, thank you. I know that's
Well, yeah, I guess I would like to understand a little bit sort of the character of the conversations about our invitation to districts to participate in our rebate program. That is, to me, there's sort of two requests. They may say, sorry, we're not reducing our mill, but they could say, but we will chip in this much for households that are particularly hit.
Yeah, and I think they're looking for more detail and understand where assessed value lands. So I think that's going to come back in January.
Dave Ressler was taking it to his board. for
Yeah,
discussion.
and that's why I said the hospital district's been the one to step up the most so far, but other districts have expressed an interest. I don't know if they've talked to their boards yet, so I don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have heard from board members of some special districts that have not heard about these invitations for consideration.
Yeah.
So it might be getting to contacts and not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not coming down the chain of
that's
command.
probably the case, yeah. Got it.
And the senior tax relief program, how's that structured?
That stays in place. Our program would be much more generous than the state program. And the senior tax exemption is off of the first.
Is it
50?
progressive as well?
150, I thought.
It's like 150,000 in
Yeah,
value.
something
It
like that.
it doesn't impact our type of market as significantly as maybe a Front Range or Eastern Slope.
I think
Because
there's
of the
like
value of that property.
25.
It's restricted to a certain value of property.
Right. No, 25.
We'll have to bring that
people
back.
It's not income related, it's
Oh,
property.
25 people.
It's what?
That qualify. About 25 people, I believe, qualify in Pitkin County.
Oh, wow, okay.
And it's run by the Human Services.
And it's income related or property value related, or both?
Well, I think it's income related.
Okay.
I think it's income
That's fine,
related
thank
too.
you.
Yeah, we'll bring that back off the top.
25 people. Wow.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
Very-
you.
Very helpful, thank
Oh,
you.
no, we got a lot more to go.
Bye. Lovely day.
Thanks, Gary.
Thanks,
Love you
Gary.
too.
Thanks.
Okay. Now we have the fourth quarter budget supplementals. Hopefully we've all read them and know what they
I
are.
read them and have a lot of questions.
I have a couple, not a lot. Okay, are you gonna talk to us, Connie?
Yes, I am. And I'll just get on as a panelist.
We do have a raised hand.
That's not
Matt.
3:30.
If you could put him as a panelist, please.
I can leave at 5.
I think we'll be done.
Okay. Great. 4:45 would be better, but I can leave at 5.
Okay, good afternoon. We're looking at fourth quarter budget supplemental requests. There are a number of requests today, and just wanted to make a few comments. When we do the fourth quarter supplementals, it's pretty rare that there would be a new project or a new initiative coming to the board in a fourth quarter supplemental. Anything new is going to be included in the 2024 budget process rather than a supplemental request at the end of the year. But what we do have in the supplementals are a few different categories of types of requests. There are some line items that we've known for a while, maybe half a year or more, that they could be overspent. But staff has been tracking them through the year, seeing, okay, do we really need a supplemental? Where are we at? And waiting until fourth quarter to see just how much we need to ask for. So that's the case, for example, the Board of Equalization hearing officers, waiting to see what the final tally would be on that cost. There are other items where the full cost of a certain program won't be known until after the end of the year. An example of that is the ambulance district and what we pay to Aspen Valley Hospital. We'll get that maybe in February. So we need to build in a contingency now with the fourth quarter supplemental to make sure that we're covered in the event of a possible overage. We don't know that dollar amount, but we need to make sure that the fund is covered. So there are some requests that build in a contingency. And then there are some other requests that really deal with accounting technicalities, and we're taking care of some of those technicalities here in the supplementals. Okay, so we're going to start with the airport.
Hello, everyone. Diane. Diane Jackson, Airport Deputy Director. Oh, thank you, Connie.
Go ahead.
So we just have a couple slides to describe what we're coming for today. Today, we're requesting $50,000 supplemental to cover costs related to the picture on your left with the Falcon business jet on April 2nd that lost steering control and ended up in a safety area of the runway. We did need a crane ultimately to remove that safely and to get the airport back open, and that's $50,000 that we're looking for. Insurance reimbursements, we don't know when that's going to be, so in order to do that, we need to do, like Connie said, to supplement the budget for that.
I'm so glad you showed that picture because I had wondered, how do you move an airplane that's completely
Right.
disabled?
So when we're unable to do it internally with internal resources, we do have to call on outside resources, and this is one case.
Yeah.
I just want to know what the status of the claim is.
I'm so glad you asked, Patty, on this one or previous
On this
ones. This one has been involved with the insurance company, and I know Brett and team are working really hard on that. It was actually removed today from the airport, unrelated to us, but he's working really hard on that. And on that note, we actually have some good news on last year's recovery for $271,000 for the citation that had fuel leak.
And we got recovered?
We did. We're getting a check for $271,000, and big shout out to Brett and his team for that. So we should have that by the end of the year. I know that was last year's, and I would expect that this will come back next year along with probably the Hawker that we're still working on.
These aren't our insurance policies. This is the
aircraft owners.
Thank you. So we're being reimbursed by the insurance company for the aircraft owner. Just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Oh, absolutely. And we do our best to, have detailed reports, invoices, et cetera, because I know in particular for the one that we're looking for, they want to detail remediation reports from daily activities and stuff. So we try to maintain all of that for them.
Did you say the one that went off the runway this year has
The
just
Falcon?
been removed from the
It did. It just left today, actually, from Atlantic.
Do they have to take the wings off and
They did
everything
take
to
it
do
off.
that?
A fuselage went down the highway, and I think Josie was saying that she probably had a couple of calls on that. So it was just being removed. Yeah.
Flying down 82. What next?
I saw it was partially shrink wrapped, but not all the way, so you could definitely tell it was an aircraft fuselage.
Wow. You guys always bring interesting stuff to us.
I have to say, Dan said bring a slide, and the picture is worth 1,000 words, right? To kind of show you what we have to
A
do.
new way to fly a
and
Falcon
sometimes.
jet.
And this was hours that the aircraft was there, and the team was working really hard to get this aircraft removed.
What holds the end of the crane on the ground? It must have tremendous weights
Rigging.
on it. Yeah, wow. It's incredible.
And we do everything internally, and obviously we're making a big push to get any kind of cost recovered, damaged equipment, signs that may be broken, lights, our staff time, and they all have to sign a waiver to let us remove that aircraft. And if they don't, they're charged and penalized because you're essentially closing down our airport until that aircraft can be removed and we can remediate and fix things safely.
I love this, but I'm also looking at the clock.
Yep.
We've got a lot of stuff to get through.
I'm happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
No, this is good. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Diane. Thanks, Dan. Thanks for entertaining us as usual.
Hey, I don't know if Jeanette is on the line, Jeanette Jones. If not, I'll just speak
We need
quickly
to,
to this one.
Come back to which one? Oh.
Yeah, I don't see her.
Okay. This is for Board of Equalization hearing officers, and as I'm sure the board is well aware, there were far more appeals this year than anything we had seen in the past. Jeanette wrote about 1,800 appeals. And with that, we've exceeded budget, and so it's a request for $113,000 more to be added to the $125,000 that was in the budget, a total of $238,000.
I don't think there's a problem for me with this.
Not for me.
Okay, the next request is with a bulldozer trade-in for the landfill, and we do have Matt on the line. And this request is almost more of an accounting technicality, just in the way that we need to book costs. If there is a trade-in, the trade-in has to be booked as a revenue, and you show the full total cost without the trade-in. It was budgeted as a net cost. So this supplemental request is really just adjusting that net cost to show the full dollar amount of the new purchase, and then we receive the revenue for the trade-in. And Matt, I don't know if you have more to add for that.
Nope, just answer any questions that you guys might have.
I'm good with it.
No question from me. You guys? We're all good.
Is there a picture of the bulldozer?
No, I
It's a
don't have
picture of all the people being hauled out by a crane.
We should include more pictures in the supplementals.
That's a good idea.
Next, we have the Solid Waste Center outreach and advertising budget adjustments, and we've got Kathy here.
So yeah, we're getting towards the end of the year, and we were looking at what's upcoming, what's still left to bill, and we realized we were going to be short. So we decided to bring it forward and own our shortfall and ask for more money to cover that, so we're covered in the budget.
I do have a question. What was the unplanned program, outreach program?
What we did was Motherlode Mercantile, they closed on, or they had extended hours during the summer months to allow people to come in after hours. So we did some extra advertising around that. And
$20,000?
no, and there was a roadside cleanup. We do that every year to alert drivers to cover your load program. So we did some additional advertising around that.
So that's part of community outreach. I'm just wondering that, that's $50,000 total for advertising your landfill is kind of interesting.
It seems a little high, and I'll take ownership of that. We let the budget get out, and then all of a sudden, all this billing came in late. We're like, have to reconcile that, so won't happen again next year.
Is Cover Your Load still happening? Like, are you still advertising that?
We do it in the spring. We could do it in spurts.
Just
to
driving
kind
down
of-
the highway the other day, I saw a huge, about it, I'm sure, because it was big enough that it was across Maroon Creek Bridge, I think.
Mhm.
Somebody just, the entire back of their truck must have let go.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's awful.
I call in uncovered loads. I call them in. If you could get the name of the owner, I call them into their supervisor and say, cover. It's so easy to do.
It is, and we get a lot of calls at the landfill.
I watched Aspen Tree dump I can't even tell you, like a pile up to the ceiling of chips.
Jeez, really?
The back of their truck.
Yeah.
On the highway?
It was
It's a continual problem we face, for sure.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any questions on this request?
It's good with me.
That's it for me.
Okay. Then the next one for the landfill is in the category of an accounting technicality. It does not change anything that the landfill is spending or doing. There's no increase at all. But at the end of the year, we are required to make an adjustment in a balance sheet account for inventory. The offsetting entry for that accounting-wise can be an increase in the cost of supplies. It's not a true increase. It's an accounting entry.
I believe you.
And this is just shoring up. I don't know if it will be this much. It's a placeholder, again, kind of a contingency, so that we make sure the fund doesn't end up being overspent because of a year-end accounting entry.
Okay. Everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, that's it for the landfill. Next, we have Redstone Ranch. And Redstone
Kathy.
Ranch is a pretty small fund. They had a budget between repair and maintenance for their roads and snow plowing of about $25,000. And if you remember, last winter was a lot of snow. They've gone over on their snow plowing, so we're just shoring up their budget by about $11,000.
Over and above what they took in their taxes.
So this is not what they took in their taxes. This is what they're spending out of their taxes on repair and maintenance and snow plowing.
But I mean, so we're not giving them more money. Okay,
No,
great. I
no.
get it.
They'll have $1,600 left.
Oh, that's so great for this winter. They're going to be so happy about that.
Yeah.
We'll be hearing about that, Brian,
Well, hopefully this will help them get through this,
the next little bit.
this little bit, and then they'll have more money in 2024 to
Yeah.
work from.
Yeah. Well, it'll be a problem, but they'll have more money.
And then the following request is similar. It's Twining Flats. Twining Flats, it's a very small increase in their budget, and that's just because they don't have a whole lot of fund balance to work with either, and are limited in their property tax, whereas Redstone Ranch is de-bruised. So here again, it's just a small increase to the snow plowing budget for Twining Flats. Okay. Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Okay, next, ambulance service. This is our payment to Aspen Valley Hospital for providing the service. And here, we're asking for a $250,000 contingency. This will be spent only if it's needed. We won't know the full cost of providing the ambulance services until after the end of 2023, when the ambulance is closing out when the hospital is closing out its books. We want to make sure that the ambulance fund as a whole is not overspent. And so that's why we're proposing a contingency that should there be a need for additional payments, we would have that budgeted in the 2023 budget. There's no change in the expenditures for the ambulance district. We think that the expenditure costs on the hospital side will come in right at budget, maybe even some savings. Where we have some concerns are on the revenue reimbursements,
Right.
whether that's the Medicare and Medicaid component or the private insurance, that the reimbursement piece just seems to be less and less. So that's why we're asking for the contingency.
Is this like an average amount of unpaid insurance bills?
Absolutely. We're on health insurance, right? As multitasking.
No, on the ambulance district.
Oh, ambulance. I apologize.
250,000 for
No,
expected, no, it's more, this is more than that?
This is just a placeholder.
Okay.
Well, how come it didn't come through in the budget process? Why is it coming in as a supplemental?
So this is for 2023.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I was
Yeah.
getting my years mixed
Yeah,
up.
for 2024.
It's easy this time
We
of
were
year,
talking
yeah.
22 and now we're into 23.
I apologize. I
We're
was
only
on
talking
different
20. Okay, thank
insurance,
you.
but you know, the other thing is that there's also the hospital has gotten more sophisticated with their systems to be able to discern where they're getting reimbursed for, because it all used to be packaged and it's hard to discern what was ambulance versus what was reimbursement for other services rendered at the hospital. And so as we've been able to discern that, we're seeing that there's less actually reimbursement than the hospital was estimating from insurance companies for ambulance services. And so that's part of what's happening too.
Okay. Any problems with this, guys?
Nope.
Are you ready?
Sorry.
John's getting excited about the next one here.
Next
Whatever it is.
Next is a conservation trust fund.
So I can get that.
The county receives a portion of the state lottery proceeds. About 40% of those proceeds are distributed to local governments. We get anywhere between $60,000 to $75,000 per year. Those are applied towards open space and trails purchases or projects, whatever fits within the use of those funds. But there were some, we've allowed the fund balance in the Conservation Trust Fund to grow. Normally we try to just about zero it out and apply all of those funds received during the year to a project. That was not done in past years, so there's some additional fund balance that we would like to transfer so that we can apply the full amount. And this is just
cleaning it up.
Just cleaning up, yes.
What happens to the other 60% that doesn't go to local governments?
That, I believe the state keeps that.
I'm sure they do.
Isn't that how it funds GOCO?
Is that GOCO?
GOCO's spending, but there's something else that the state has another little pocket they can put some dollars in.
And spend or keep?
Spend it and keep it to spend it, I don't.
Okay.
But it goes to fund GOCO, so we kind of get a lot of it back.
So this is money that we got, but we
Lottery.
didn't transfer out.
That's right.
Into the general fund.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cleaning it up.
Okay, the next request is for our debt service fund. And the debt service fund, we pay all of the principal and interest payments for all of the county's debt out of the debt service fund, plus a few other smaller costs for the professionals that manage that for us. So our budget for professional services is $8,600. But what we didn't budget for in 2023 was the arbitrage compliance. And arbitrage has to do with reporting back to the federal government how much interest the county has earned on bond proceeds that we received. If we receive bond proceeds and invest it at a higher rate of return than the interest on the bonds, we have to rebate that difference back to the federal government, but there are exceptions, and it ends up being quite a complicated process. So we pay about $2,500 to have specialists do those calculations for us, and that was not included in the budget.
Do we normally include it in the budget, or is this normal for it to come back?
We only have to do this calculation once every 5 years. And so it's not an annual cost.
So the total cost for the consultants doing this is $11,000.
No, is $2,500.
And this is.
Then what is the $8,000 for?
We have to pay fees just for our other compliance, and I'm not quite sure how that works with the bonds or the debt.
Thanks.
And this is like leveraging one investment against another and making the move at the right time or something like that?
No, the federal government just wants to make sure that you're not issuing debt at a low interest rate, so that you can then turn around and take those funds and invest it in something that's going to produce a whole lot more interest, and you make money off
And
of
so
it.
these are people that we hired to prove that we're not doing that. Okay, thanks.
Basically, yes.
Sounds like a nice resort hotel name, though.
All right.
You're thinking like Armitage.
That's what I was thinking of the Lunel, Jerome.
Arbitrage Hotel would have some interesting characters.
The next one's pretty
I think there should be a movie
straightforward.
about how offshore investing started and like tax shelters.
All right, now
or-
this is
This one is pretty
Okay,
straightforward.
next on the pass-through transit sales tax,
Wish I had
this is
money.
something that we
Exactly.
bring back almost every year on the fourth quarter supplementals. Right now, at this point of the year, we have our sales tax data through September. And through September, it's about 4.9% greater than 2022. We budgeted low. We thought we could be in a recession, so we budgeted conservatively. The actual results are coming back better. In the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund, we have an interesting situation where most of the sales tax that we receive, we turn around and pass through entirely to others. The 1% mass transit tax, 100% of that is passed through to RAFTA, City of Aspen, and Town of Snowmass Village. So the county keeps none of it. If we receive more, let's say 10% more, just to throw out a number, sales tax than budgeted, we're also paying out 10% more sales tax than budget. And so the fund would be overspent by that difference in the payout amount. That's why we have to come back and say we need an extra appropriation. But the difficulty is that we don't have the last 3 months of the year yet. We don't know what the sales tax might be, so I usually will estimate the number very high to make sure we're covered. If for some reason we have a huge November and December and it's more than I estimated, the fund would end up being overspent, and then that's a big write-up in the audit and is against state statute because we're not allowed to spend more than the commissioners have appropriated for each and every county fund. So this is just a high estimate, guessing at what the maximum possible might be for the next 3 months of the year, so that this fund is covered in the event that sales tax should come in higher.
Okay.
And if it comes back and we have more money than we needed,
It's
then
just
it
simply
roll-
not spent.
Okay.
I have a question for our RAFTA appointees. What was the cost of the free fare service that they wanted to implement?
I'm thinking it
The
was
actual,
around
um,
500 something, but I'm not sure if I'm
Maybe more.
remembering correctly.
I don't have that number for you, sorry. I
Yeah,
wish I had
ballpark,
it.
is it 5 million or is it?
I think it was under $1 million, but I don't know how.
Under
you
a
know,
million? For the whole
for the-
system?
To do the
wide
free
for that?
fare, well, it's just a bump, right? It's just a tiny, the fares themselves are not the largest part of the
Seems like it'd be
RAFTA
more
fee.
than $1 million.
Yeah, so I think that that's where it was, but we'd have to get clarification.
It's-
It keeps coming back
pretty
around
low.
because everybody really wants to do it, and there's so much support, but on that note, the problem RAFTA has is we don't have the drivers for the excess capacity to even haul the extra people who would come with the free fares. So getting the drivers and to treat the capacity is the biggest hurdle. Otherwise, I would have been pounding the table
We'd
for
be
it.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'd be there.
Okay, thanks.
and we can look for those numbers. You might have them, but I
Yeah.
you know, I could dig.
Got
Thank you.
it. Do you know how many drivers felt they needed to hire?
John, here's your health insurance.
We're down by about 40.
Glad you guys caught up to me.
No, we actually made up quite a bit of that, remember?
Well,
Didn't-
we
didn't-
hired a bunch, but the number is still high.
No, but Kurt told us that he had made up quite a bit of that, I
We
thought.
have 2 minutes
Okay.
before.
That was my
Maybe more recent
understanding.
news.
No,
It's
really,
6%.
It's not 5 o'clock right now.
Yeah, I'm going on this
6%.
clock, everybody. We gotta be out of here in 4
Every
minutes.
time I fix it, it changes it.
6%
2
of
minutes.
their
I don't know.
budget comes from,
And I know that it's wrong,
6%,
and I
thank you.
still got
it's
it wrong.
4.24 million in 2023.
I was wondering why nobody was
That
here.
was the, that would have
4.24
been the
million
cost.
from fare revenues in 2023.
Okay.
And sales and use taxes make up 50% of revenue, so it's 6%.
Thank you.
Thanks for that.
Sorry for the distraction, but I thought we had time.
I know, we're early.
Yeah. No, John made up all the difference.
I was really enjoying that clock until you just changed it.
I cannot fix it.
Abby can.
So our next request is on health insurance claims, and this has been an interesting one this year. I think this is the first time in very many years that we've brought something back to the board along these lines. Picken County is self-insured. When an employee goes to the doctor, it gets processed through our health insurance third-party carrier, but then the carrier turns around, comes back to Picken County and says, okay, this is the claim amount, and we pay them that claim amount. So we have to have enough in the budget to cover all of the claims of our employees up to our stop-loss amount. With a self-funded plan, it's typical that you have good years and you have bad years, and we've actually had a stream of very good years. And that's resulted in the county being able to reduce costs both for the county and for employees, which is really rather unheard of, that employees' health insurance costs go down from year to year. However, 2023 has not been a very good year on claims, and we are 5% greater than budget through September, and not sure what the claims will be for the last quarter of the year. We've anecdotally hear that some people are waiting towards the end of the year to get some procedures done, but that's just anecdotal. So here again, I've placed in a high number, just making sure that we're covered for the fund. This dollar amount will only be spent should the actual claims come in at that amount. We'll only be paying out the actual claims. This is to cover the fund and make sure that we have adequate appropriation so that whatever claims are submitted in the last quarter of the year, we've got that covered.
Just to give the board some context about the kind of year we're having, as of right now, we have 27 large claims, and those are claims that are $50,000 or over. Last year, which was kind of an average year, we had 14 at this time, so our large claims have almost doubled. And looking at the utilization, like how these claims are coming in, it's not a lot of avoidable stuff. It is literally bad luck right now, which, as Connie said, happens from time to time, particularly in self-insured plans like ours that have low numbers. It doesn't take as many small claims to really swing, our percentages up or down, quite frankly. So I'm still confident that, we're having a bad year. Our future years are not necessarily going to be reflective of this. Sometimes you have a run of 1 or 2 years. That's why we build up the fund balance. But this is an exceptional year of large claims right now.
Do we have reinsurance?
Yeah, so let's see.
Our stop
Our
loss
stop loss
covers-
reimbursement, is up to 2 million for the year.
Yeah,
So
we-
yeah, we do have reinsurance. Sorry,
for,
Connie.
For each individual claim, anything over 125,000 is where the stop loss kicks in.
Is where what?
125,000 for an individual.
So we pay large
For our
claims.
stop loss.
We have what's called stop loss insurance. So we're not fully self-insured. We're partially self-insured. So we buy an insurance policy that says if we have an individual claim that exceeds $125,000
For one event?
for one event, the stop loss insurance kicks in at that point, and but we're paying up to $125,000.
That's the deductible.
We are getting we're getting some value, unfortunately, out of that stop loss insurance this year. We took on a little bit more exposure when we were having those good years to reduce the price. I think we used to be at $100,000 the year before.
It's gone up gradually over the years.
Yeah, we've ratcheted it up. So it's more appropriate to say probably that we're partially self-insured, and we've been playing with that stop loss.
Where does the money in that fund come from?
It comes from, there's a contribution made per an employee depending on which fund they're in. So the airport is contributing to the health fund for their employees out of the airport fund. General fund's doing it out of general fund.
For the
revenues.
stop, what is it called? Stop
Stop
loss?
loss, yeah.
So the money beyond what?
It's an insurance policy that we buy, so the insurance company.
And each of the different departments contribute to the purchase of that?
Correct, correct.
And
an
we don't
umbrella
usually have to go into it, or we have lately?
Every year there are a few.
Okay.
They also contribute into the purchase of health insurance for their employees per
Yes.
department.
And so we are.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
A lot.
And so we're having an exceptionally rough year, but that's why the insurance is there. Our employees are having a rougher time right now.
Is the cost of health care contributing at all to these increased maximums?
Absolutely, and as I think we're seeing inflationary pressures affecting our healthcare delivery system also, because they're just like us, right? They're having wage pressures. They're having
to increase their cost of service.
increase for materials and that sort of thing, and their insurance. All of it is going up for them too, and so that gets passed along to us. I do think this is going to level out. I think we're spiking and we're going to see this level off again.
Remember, each employee has 4 major joints, like knees and hips, and then you throw in a couple shoulders.
I don't know what you're
Not
talking
in
about.
our department anymore. We're about 50-50, I think.
We're half titanium, by right?
Yeah, after all, mine was only 77,000. So.
Yeah, you're a bargain. You didn't even
no
hit stop
kidding.
loss.
We'd all just give up motocross.
God. Okay, I think we're all okay with this, right? All right.
Okay. Okay, we've got one more. Oops.
Another cleanup.
And this is a cleanup. This is one that is brought to the board every fourth quarter. The general fund provides services to all county funds. Services like facilities, IT, finance, payroll, HR, and recruiting, the manager's office, the attorney. So other funds like the airport or open space, the landfill, translator, all of these different funds, if we didn't charge overhead, they'd be receiving all of that for free, and the general fund would be bearing the burden of that. Instead, through our cost allocation plan, we turn around and charge out it's some very detailed calculations, and we have consultants that put the final plan together to make sure it all fits within federal regulations. But we turn around and charge out that overhead to all of the different county funds, but we do it 1 year in arrears. So what funds are paying in 2023 was based on 2022 costs. We try to budget for that, but it's difficult to know just how that may come out through the year. So there are a few different funds that in 2023 need an additional appropriation to cover those overhead costs, and they're shown here. REMP and Fleet, and then in the Healthy Community Fund, the county actually will charge the Healthy Community Fund for the overhead, but we turn around and then transfer the money back to them. That's because we want to make sure that the full amount is available for that fund to be able to grant out rather than having some of it eaten up in these overhead costs. So these are the additional appropriations for 2023 that are needed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have no
and
questions.
Thank you so much, Connie.
Those are all of the requests, and because of some of those with the transit sales and use tax, the dollar amounts are really quite large. So when you look at the total of the fourth quarter supplementals, we're looking at a total increase of expenditures of almost $9 million, but an increase of revenue of about $6.3 million. Again, many of those are items that are not necessarily going to be spent. They're placeholders to make sure that we're covered in the event that it's needed.
We have money in the bank.
Yeah. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks, Connie.
Thanks, Connie.
Connie. Good
And we'll
work.
be first reading tomorrow.
Yes, first reading tomorrow.
We're going to go through everything again tomorrow.
Just to make sure we got it right the first time.
I just saw your text from this morning.
Thanks, Connie.
That is up to you.
I never know which number to
Yeah, this one, I
send it to.
What's
don't
next?
get it that much, but
Future
except
agendas.
when I'm looking at it, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Future agendas.
Future agenda, John?
I don't have any future agenda items for you right now. Greg and Francia will need to catch up with you where you want to do agenda review at some point. So.
I will be traveling, so Thursday.
You're
I'm
going
out.
somewhere fun? Maybe we'll do it
I'm
there.
going to visit Willow. She's in New
That'd be
Zealand.
fun. Oh yeah, let's do it there.
Plus, I was stuck in traffic.
I have a
and wasn't
question.
getting any
I don't know if you and
things
Francie
from my
discussed
phone,
it, the
so
paid time off discussion. I don't see it on a future agenda.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up at open discussion, but
I'm bringing it up in future agenda.
that's great. Great.
I don't see it scheduled on future
Okay,
agendas.
yeah, we have not gotten that scheduled.
Just hoping we could get some time before the end of the year, and that we need to probably have the board, because we don't use PTO, the BOCC does it, so it'd be really great, I think, if we understood how it works before we know what we're talking about. Thank you. That's all I have. I have jury duty call again.
Oh,
Again?
wow. You're
Not
so
till
good, they just
January.
love you.
Mine got canceled. Mine got canceled last week.
Oh, jeez.
So do we have any discussion?
I have one, only that I received a call from my neighbor who's owned her house for 37 years in Brush Creek. And her insurance company just dropped her flat. And I think this is happening, this is trending. She has not found an insurance company. If you look at what that implicates for her, she said, well, I can try to sell my house, but who's going to buy it? It's really a tough thing. Laura Maker lives in my neighborhood also, and she and I were talking about it. And I think at some point, I don't know what our board can do, but I think we need to shine some light on the insurance, and it's specifically related to climate change and wildfire mitigation. And my neighbor has been doing wildfire mitigation, but the zone map just has her in a bad zone. It's going to require more, and I think we're going to see more of this around the county, and it'd be nice if we could have a discussion about it. And so I'm going to talk to Laura about it some more, and maybe we'll come up with, and I know Perry Will has introduced, or is going to introduce legislation about it in the next session.
Okay, then we need to be looking at that.
And I think we should be cognizant of that. And so I just wanted to give you a heads up.
And what's her name at the fire district who does their wildfire?
Ally Hager.
Ally.
And we've all been talking about this
Okay.
for years, right?
Ally
So-
may have a heads up on what's going on in the insurance industry, because I know that they've been talking about it at the fire district.
Two states, I think it's California and another state, have regulations that require insurance companies to keep
I think
you.
that was Governor Gavin Newsom who.
Might have been. Colorado doesn't have that, and perhaps it should. Imagine the implication if you lose the insurance on your
I
house.
think Polis is aware of it too, but so maybe this will be a good one to
No, this isn't a,
yeah.
I'd be happy to connect you with some of the folks that through CCAT that have the.
Been working on that.
Yeah,
Great.
and have been really involved in setting up that wildfire council and everything like that.
That
'cause
would be
they're,
good. I'd
like,
love
the
to-
folks in Grand County who are trying to get people reimbursed better from that.
And I know
those
Perry would
fires.
probably like to talk to us about it too.
Yeah,
so.
maybe Perry'd call in with us sometime.
Yeah.
And I
Okay,
just
that's
saw Ingrid came in, I think, for open discussion.
Snuck in the door.
Really quick. In past years, we've taken a afternoon close to Christmas, closed at 3 o'clock to have a little office party. And we were looking at the calendar and thinking that the 22nd, because that's Friday and basically Christmas Eve as far as work week is concerned, would be the day to do it. So we were just planning on closing at 3 o'clock on the 22nd.
Sounds good to me.
All right.
Did we do our general office that day too, John? Did we close early on?
It's not scheduled, but I somehow have a
Friday
sneaky
before?
suspicion there's not going to be very many people in the building.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I won't be here.
A Friday
feel
afternoon.
like-
We usually have one person cover and,
Yeah.
yeah.
So if
Anyway,
Chris,
I
it's
just
usually
wanted
if
to
like
give you a
Christmas
heads up.
Eve
Yeah.
is the
Yeah.
weekday. You
Yeah.
leave at
No, it's
noon.
really got, and then we have a we have a work session scheduled on January 2nd. I mean, we might still be celebrating the 1st.
I hope so.
Patty'll still be
I'm still
celebrating.
gonna be watching the Rose Parade.
Are we going to be celebrating that it's 2024? Oh my
Yeah.
God.
I'm gonna watch the Rose Parade reruns for the next week or so after that.
Ingrid's not looking forward to 2024 for obvious reasons.
It's going to be a marathon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. All right, thank you
Thanks.
guys.
Great.
Thanks, Ingrid.
Thank you.
I'm on the agenda just, that I would be absent calling in on the 12th and the 13th, and I know for certain I'm not going to be able to attend on the 13th at this
Okay.
point, and probably the 18th as well. Is that right? 19th, 12th and 13th. So I'll do my absolute best, but I don't want to make a guarantee, and if I don't show, I hope you can still get the job of the county done.
So probably the big thing you'll miss there, Greg, is budget adoption, December 12th, right?
Yeah. I'm going to try to call in, but I'd say it's going to be hard from where I am. It's tomorrow, 4 or 5 hours before us. So just trying to figure that out.
We're here
I'm just
tomorrow, though,
confused
right?
because I have us on the 20th, not the 13th.
I got very confused with
No,
the
we have
calendar.
budget
We have budget on the 13th.
On the 12th.
on the 12th.
But nothing the 13th? Oh, well, then I'm in good shape. So then it'll be the 18th and 20th are going to be tough.
On the 13th and the 12th, let me check this.
Don't forget the
Yeah,
holiday
that's right.
party is Friday,
It's the 20th.
this Friday,
I'll call in.
6 to 9. But I thought you're here tomorrow for our regular meeting?
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow.
A quick update on the immigrant situation in Carbondale. Not a whole lot has changed. They have not been kicked out of the Third Street Center, as there was a thought that they might have to leave on December 1st. They actually didn't have to. We're having a meeting on Thursday from 3 to 5 in Carbondale with basically different governments represented, Garfield, Glenwood, Carbondale, Pickens County. And I did talk to Lindsay, John. I saw her at a Christmas thing. She is planning on attending.
She may not be attending.
Oh, she might
Yeah,
not
I've
be able
talked
to.
her,
Could Sam come then?
I've talked to them about who we probably need to connect with.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Anybody from Eagle County?
I'll write to them tomorrow morning.
Wednesday night, tomorrow night.
I heard from Kathy. I didn't hear back from Matt or Jeannie. Kathy was thinking somebody would be able to join us. Art Riddle from
I did
Silt,
hear
I haven't
from
heard
Jeff. I think they're planning on being there.
Who,
Eagle,
the
Eagle
commissioners?
County. Just one commissioner.
Yeah,
no.
they can only have one.
Yeah.
Bill Kane said he thinks he's going to be there. Tom Jankowski has a doctor's appointment at 3. He says he could be there by 4. He was going to talk to John Martin, who I mean, I think Tom would be great, let me put it that way, and Fred, and I'm not sure how that's gonna work out, but hopefully someone from Garfield will be there so that we can
That would be perfect.
get
That should be.
accomplished what we wanna get accomplished.
That would be great.
I think Colin Laird from Carbondale Town Council, who's also the CEO or the director at the Third Street Center, is gonna be there. Carbondale Town Manager, I think probably the mayor. Haven't spoken to Ben, but Colin did. So,
Yeah, I don't
yeah.
know.
Anyway, it's just to find out what they need and to maybe see if anybody has brilliant ideas about where we should go and that kind of thing.
Thanks for what you're doing.
Say again?
Thank you for what you're doing, Francie.
Oh, yeah, haven't, yeah.
Steve has his hands up, and then I have a question.
Oh, good. Steve?
Yeah, I wanted to let you all know that on Thursday at the ribbon cutting at the Senior Services space, that Kara Harvey will be there. She's a Colorado state official from the Department of Human Services, and she's in charge of the aging program for Department of Human Services. So just a heads up that there will be a VIP there coming to our ribbon cutting. So if you meet her, she's very nice. I've talked to her quite a bit, and she helped us out on my SAPCA committee for quite some time, participated in that. So I didn't want you to get blindsided by having a state official there this weekend.
I have a Northwest COG meeting all day on Thursday.
Thank you, Steve. Anything else?
Tomorrow night in Carbondale, I think around 5:30, there is a panel discussion on housing with April Long from the Western Mountain Regional
that actually
Aspen Journalism.
Panel discussion, is it?
I think it's a panel with April and Aspen Journalism, Curtis Wackerly, and someone from a regional or state housing entity.
Oh,
And
I
that's
talked
going to
to
be at
Ashley
the.
about it. I thought it was more of a meet and greet and have a cocktail kind of thing.
I thought there was going to be a conversation. It sounded like there's more to it than just a meet and greet.
Doing land use.
There was that, and then my other open discussion was something I think I talked to a few people earlier today, was I wanted to acknowledge the land gift made by Amy Marjoram Berg and her son Slater of the 270 plus acres on the east side of Independence Pass, not in our county, but on a very important and visible part of Mount Champion. That donation they just made of a parcel of mining claims donated to the Forest Service, so it'll be protected and preserved. It's just such a huge thing. If you're driving over the pass, you're basically looking right at it when you come down to the hairpin on the other side. And I just wanted to acknowledge that publicly.
From the summit when you come down?
Actually, when you're on that right-hand turn looking out over the abyss down there, it's Mount Champion is off to the left.
That way.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome.
It's a big piece of land on that. Yeah, which is a cool
That's
thing.
really great.
So that's it for me.
I was wondering, when have we rescheduled the Phillips discussion for?
I didn't see it on any of your
So I am meeting with staff, I want to say this Thursday, to go over so there is a lot of geotechnical work that was getting done that they've just received. And so we're going to get that scheduled after this meeting and make sure it's a complete package.
Okay.
Does it look like January or December?
Probably January, given your.
Okay.
But it's going to be robust, Kelly.
I'm looking
One of our
forward to it.
priorities is to
Yeah.
move it forward.
Okay. I don't have anything more. Anybody else?
Nope.
No, I guess I'll just give an update quickly on wild and scenic discussion. So after the community summit, there was a survey that was produced that everyone at the summit could participate in. And there was almost 80 responses. They all overwhelmingly supported wild and scenic among the 7 alternatives discussed. There was also support for consideration of what's called a special management area, which is a Forest Service tool to sort of invent and customize protections, as well as doing some local and more immediate types of protections, which might include working with Gunnison County on aligning our 1041 regulations, looking at the water quality protections that that we're already engaged in right now for different stream segments around the county. Potentially considering an IGA among local governments that would prevent dams in the immediate future. So the stakeholder group is working out details of sort of those three ideas to put together what are viable, potential viable solutions that the group will then vote on and advance as a recommendation from the stakeholder group, essentially to the community and decision makers.
Can I ask you a question about that? So those are three separate ones, and one of them is Wild and Scenic, or Wild and Scenic is going to possibly also incorporate the other ones?
It's possible it will be a
Layered.
Wild and Scenic and
Okay.
package, I think is.
A layered thing of something.
Yeah. So we are getting to the end of this process. So we have December meeting and January meeting scheduled, potentially going into February to finalize the recommendation and propose what next steps would look like for the community process to carry that recommendation forward. So there might be some, I think there's going to be some more details that I think we should hash out as a board, because there are, like, when we talk about a viable package, it's like, well, what would a water right look like? What would, would all the lands a quarter of a mile along the river corridor be included? Would we accept carve out of some? Would we, clarify things that are already in the act but are very hot topic type of issues for members of the stakeholder group, for example,
that they already know about,
Yeah,
or would
well,
we introduce them to these
no,
things?
that they already know about. It's like condemnation. In the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act, if 50% of the land is already federally owned, there are no condemnation powers that could be extended. They've never used condemnation powers since the 70s in Wild and Scenic Rivers, but that's the type of issue that might merit specifically calling it out in the recommendation.
Can you run a
To allay
bike path
fears.
by it?
I think so.
Basically to allay fears.
Yes, yeah. So that's that is the quality of the conversation right now. This is really the first time in all this process where we're getting into the thorny issues. And people are sort of laying their interests on the table. Again, I think our facilitators are doing a great job. The goal continues to be consensus on the recommendation.
Does it have to be consensus?
It doesn't. We do have a mechanism to move into a voting
Great.
situation if it's not. So I wanted to let you all know where that's at.
Okay. We're done. Let's go home.
Amazing.
Wait, I have a really quick, did any members of the board receive a comment from a gentleman about Aspen Valley Hospital being taken over by another hospital in the Denver area?
I did not. Well, I haven't read it yet. If I
I
can.
responded and said, as far as I've heard, this hasn't happened, but
I have certainly heard nothing.
but I just wanted you to know I responded to him. Okay.
And so Thursday, I guess I should look at my
Well,
calendar.
we'll be here tomorrow for a long day.
So we're going to try and, our grassroots, I think we're done. We talked